That's nasty.
All right, hello. Hey, Slothy. Hey, Faded. Thank you for the follow, Shelly. How are you doing? Oh, damn. How's everyone going? How's everyone doing? God, imagine. Pizza for dinner, let's go. I read you had like 3 days in a row. Oh, sorry, I gotta turn down the music a little bit. There we go. Set for book. Raw cucumbers, damn. Let's go. A little bit jealous, but okay. I'm so happy. Let's go. I'm glad. Glad you're feeling better. Raw cucumber such a... Yeah, I love it. I love it too. Or, you know, as a German, put like some cutlery, like some salami, and then like some slices of raw cucumber on top. Perfect. I'm not too big on tomatoes on there as well, because I'm not a big tomato guy, but like just a few slices of cucumber with like some salami on a nice slice of bread. Perfect. I love that. Custard creams, ooh, nice. Oh my god. Imagine I bring that redeem, like the talk German redeem throughout the reading streams, and then we just switch to a German book. Instead of like continue reading the English book, we're just switching to a German book for a while. I got Ready Player One lying around here, so it's like activate that redeem, and then every time it gets redeemed, we're just gonna read like a little bit of Ready Player One every time. One day we'll finish that book. And we do it in like 2-minute intervals like that. Eat snacks. Then eat your snacks first, and then work out to build to burn those calories again. Book will take like 3 business years. You can't read a German book. You must live translate. No, we're gonna read. If I would activate it here, then I would actually just pull out a German book. There's nothing wrong with being lazy. You've done a lot the past couple days, Slothy. You've done great. Can be a bit lazy. Eat your snacks. Maybe get some workout in later. I haven't done too much today either. Yeah, you did that. You did that. That was really good. That you did that for almost like an entire hour. Like that was great. Making that spreadsheet and everything. So yeah, just take a bit of a break day. Why not? Get some light workout in later after you chilled for a bit, if you really want to. I felt like I did nothing yesterday. No, you did so much. You did so much yesterday. 1 second. Absolutely, Slotty. You're a winner. You did really well. I would have loved to do more, would have done more today as well. Still in my room, but yeah, I've done the most I could. Tomorrow, with the circumstances, but tomorrow I'll be doing so much more. Get down on myself. Aww. That's my job. I mean, what? Nah, it's all good, Slothy. We're here to remind you. Yeah, no, Slothy. We're here to remind you that you're doing great. You're the best. And we love you. We all are, Slothy. We all are. You've seen some of the dumb shit I do, but also the work I've been putting in like the past few days. I felt like really bad that I couldn't do. I'm gonna look into the. Oh yeah, that was also a thing yesterday, right? I remember. But like, I felt kind of bad that I couldn't do much today because I really wanted to get more stuff done in my room. But like, first I totally forgot. Oh yeah, it's Sunday. Probably not the best idea to vacuum in on Sunday over here in Germany when it's more of like a quieter day. People can get pretty pissed if you make noise on Sunday. So probably not. And then just my back starting to like really killing me when I was doing some other work. I felt really bad that I couldn't do more because I really wanted to finish off at least like everything under the bed, but it's not everything. Not everything is done yet. But I just couldn't. But I'm working on it. Tomorrow will be another day. We're doing more tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday, so I can also vacuum. Yippee! I can make as much noise as I want. Play my music over my speakers, vacuum the entire room, do everything. Shake my ass. Do all kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, I'm not letting today get to me. I've still done some work. I'm happy with what I've done, and we're gonna move on tomorrow. If you hit a wall driving a car, I mean, I guess, Fade, it depends on the speed. If it's not that fast, you could get out and technically you could try again if the car's still running. Or grab a new car. Don't let your car stop. Don't let your broken car stop you. Grab a new one. I mean, me and games is literally I'm running headfirst into a wall until it breaks. I'm not giving in. Either the wall gives in or nothing. All right. Custard creams now. I do what I can. We all do, Slothy. And what you're doing is amazing. I love seeing your growth. So good. Let's fucking go. I loved watching you do all that work yesterday. That was great. Read the words? We haven't even started yet. Oh my God. Spying on me? I mean, had some cameras installed, you know, just like in that book. Oh my God. Nah, obviously not, but like, oh my God, that book. That was a wild ride. Please read the... I don't think I even can. Like, I literally don't think I can. Twitch would not allow me to read that book on stream. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I could read a book with sex scenes and shit like that in there. Exactly. Yeah, I don't think I can. I'm allowed to read that on stream. Ah, yes, the usual stuff. Yeah. You know what what I gotta do right now real quick. There we go. That's usually I'm concerned. What is? Alright, first of all, I guess we're gonna have an ad break in like 30 seconds. Everybody likes Game of Thrones. I have never read any of the Song of Ice and Fire books or watched the TV show, so... But to be fair though, Slothy, they were making it very obvious that they're still siblings in the book. They had to mention that like every fucking 2 pages. Alright. I think I gotta wait until Faded is out of ads, because I think he's getting hit with ads right now. I'm not sure. At least Twitch just told me that there was an ad break coming in. Twitch, oh wait, no ads. Okay, weird. I don't know what the fuck's going on then. But I gotta play the song. Gotta get into fucking ads. I got an ad on YouTube. You know, we gotta get into hype. And oh, okay. We're waiting. We're gonna wait. Oh yeah, I can see that. Ad break in progress. 135, 133. It's a self-answer. I think it's just one character that Addie Addie interacts with throughout her life. I mean, also, pretty good feat for someone to, like, get in bed with an immortal woman. She would be probably one of the most experienced people out there, depending on how she presents herself over the decades. All right. I love a woman with experience. Tooth. Okay, let me just switch scenes here real quick. I need to. Do you use it though? Twice a day? What's this one? We gotta listen to this once, you know. I haven't heard this song in full with the video in a while, so. Bless my ears. Yeah, let's go. Haven't heard this in a bit. Oh, Hime-sama. I'm just waiting for the final bit. Totemo itoshii. Atarimae ya takaramono sa. Man got moves though. Hey, hey. All right. Back to this. Wait, I gotta there. I didn't know one phrase from that entire song. Friday night when. Next time. Next time we do Friday night. Alright. Gotta be on a Friday? Right, exactly. So, I guess as we decided now, we're probably not going to be continuing with next Friday. It's Friday night. I can already see Majima Kid here dancing in my mind. So, as we decided though, last week, we're probably not going to be continuing with Good Omens on stream. It's a big read. I don't know. I struggled. I struggled so hard. But good thing I bought 2 books. Good thing I bought 2. So we're gonna start the other one today. This one I was actually more looking forward to as well. Kanaki knows the song by heart. Of course he does. I mean, he has to. I know in the new game, the Pirate Majima game, you can play 24 Hour Cinderella again in the karaoke. So hell yeah. But okay, so yeah, we're gonna start with the other book today, which what does 24? I don't know. I guess being his princess for 24 hours, being his Cinderella. Not long enough, Majima, please. Be a Cinderella for a whole weekend. Bakamitai. I know most of Bakamitai as well. Alright, let's start with The Invisible Life of Addie Larue. It's a good song for sure, Salati. Every time I hear it though, I just imagine that like video at the end with like him dancing on the rollerblades and stuff. I tried to do Aquafest, but I don't know if I can focus on that. Your amazing reading going on. Take your time, Slothy. If it's too much, then just ignore me and play the Archon quest. It's fine. Alright, so we're starting out in France, July 29th, 1714. One, it's just one page here. A girl is running for her life. The summer air burns at her back, but there are no torches, no angry mobs, only the distant lanterns of the wedding party, the reddish glow of the sun as it breaks against the horizon, cracks and spills across the hills, and the girl runs. Skirts tangling in the grass as she surges toward the woods, trying to beat the dying light. Voices carry on in the wind, calling her name. Adeline? Adeline! Adeline! Her shadow stretches out ahead. Too long, its edges already blurring, and small white flowers tumble from her hair, littering the ground like stars, a constellation left in her wake, almost like the one across her cheeks. 7 freckles, one for every love she'd have. That's what Estelle had said to her when the girl was still young. One for every life she'd led. One for every god watching over her. Now they mock her, those 7 marks. Promises, lies. She's had no loves. She's lived no lives. She has met no gods. And now, she is out of time. But the girl doesn't slow, doesn't look back. She doesn't want to see the life that stands there, waiting. Static as a drawing, solid as a tomb. And instead, she runs. So it's a little preamble, and we're immediately going into part 1, the gods that answer after dark. And now, we're jumping into New York City on March 10th, 2014. The girl wakes up in someone else's bed. Oh, Dark Days, thank you for the follow. Alright. The girl wakes up in someone else's bed. She lies there, perfectly still, tries to hold time like a breath in her chest, as if she can keep the clock from ticking forward, keep the boy beside her from waking, keep the memory of their night alive through sheer force of will. She knows, of course, that she can't, knows that he'll forget. They always do. It isn't his fault. It is never their faults. The boy is still asleep, and she watches the slow rise and fall of his shoulders, the place where his dark curls against the nape of his neck, the scar along his ribs, details long memorized. His name is Toby. Last night, she told him hers was Jess. She lied, but only because she can't say her real name. One of the vicious little details tucked, like nettles in the grass. Hidden barbs designed to sting. It's a German man. Yeah, but his name is written with a Y, mine is written with an I. Same difference. Now I self-inserted as well, I guess. Like I inserted myself in her. Okay. I'm not jealous. Don't worry. You'll get your turn. What is a person if not the marks they leave behind? She has learned to step between the thorny weeds. There are some cuts that cannot be avoided. A memory, a photograph, a name. In the last months, she has been Claire, Zoe, Michelle. 2 nights ago, when she was Elle, and they were closing down the late night cafe after one of his gigs, Toby said that he was in love with a girl named Jess. He simply hadn't met her yet. So now, she's Jess. Toby begins to stir, and she feels the old familiar ache in her chest as he stretches, rolls toward her, doesn't wake. Not yet. His face is now inches from her, his lips parted in sleep, black curls shadowing his dark, dark lashes against fair cheeks. Once, the darkness teased the girl as they strolled along the Seine, told her that she had a type, insinuating that most of the men she chose, and even a few of the women, looked an awful lot like him. The same dark hair, the same sharp eyes, the same etched features. That wasn't fair. After all, their darkness only looked the way he did because of her. She had given him that shape, chosen what to make of him, what's to see. Don't you remember, she told him then, when you were nothing but shadow and smoke? Darling, he'd say in his soft, rich way, I was the night itself. Now it is morning in another city, another country, another century. The bright sunlight cutting through the curtains, and Toby shifts again, rising up to the surface of sleep. And the girl who was Jess, holds her breath again as she tries to imagine a version of this day where he wakes and sees her and remembers. Where he smiles and strokes her cheek and says, "Good morning." But it won't happen like that. And she doesn't want to see the familiar vacant expression, doesn't want to watch as the boy tries to fill in the gaps there where memories of her should be. Witness as he pulls together his composure into practiced nonchalance. The girl has seen that performance often enough, knows the motions by heart. So instead she slides from the bed and pats barefoot out into the living room. Where's Batman at? Who knows, maybe Batman will make a random appearance. She catches her reflection in the hall mirror and notices what everyone notices. The 7 freckles, scattered like a band of stars across her nose and cheeks. Her own private constellation. She leans forward and fogs the glass with her breath. Draws her fingertip through the cloud as she tries to write her name. A-D. But she only gets us that far, before the letters dissolve. It's not the medium. No matter how she tries to say her name, no matter how she tries to tell her story, and she has tried, in pencil, in ink, in paint, in blood. Adeline, Addie, Larue. It is no use. The letters crumble or fade. The sounds die in her throat. Her fingers fall away from the glass as she turns, surveying the living room. Toby is a musician. Well, okay, never mind. No more self-insert. I am not a musician. Rip. And the signs of his art are everywhere. In the instruments that lean against the walls. You're a musician? No, I'm not. You are becoming one account. All I do is sing horribly on Twitch sometimes. That's it. In the instruments that lean against the walls, in the scribbled lines and notes scattered on tables, bars of half-remembered melodies mixed in with grocery lists and weekly to-dos. But here and there, another hand. The flower he started keeping on the kitchen still. Though he can't remember when the habit started. The book on Rilke he doesn't remember buying. The things that last, even when memories don't. Toby is a slow riser, so Addie makes herself tea. He doesn't drink it, but it's already there in his cupboard. A tin of loose Ceylon and a box of silk pouches. A relic of her late-night trip to the grocery store. A boy and a girl wandering the aisles, hand in hand, because they couldn't sleep, because she hadn't been willing to let the night end, wasn't ready to let go. She lifts the mug, inhales the scent as memories waft up to meet it. A park in London, a patio in Prague, a tea room in Edinburgh. The past drawn like a silk sheet over the present. It's a cold morning in New York. The windows fogged with frost. So she pulls a blanket from the back of the couch and wraps it around her shoulders. A guitar case takes up one end of the sofa, and Toby's cat takes up the other. So she perches on the piano bench instead. I hate it here. The cat, also named Toby. So I can talk to myself without it being weird, he explained. Looks at her as she blows on her tea. She wonders if the cat remembers. The cat please. But that wasn't the cat talking. That was him. That was the guy explaining why he named his cat Toby. I don't think the cat will talk. We'll see. She wonders if the cat remembers. Her hands are warmer now, and she gets the mug on top of the piano and slides the cover up off the keys, stretches her fingers, and starts to play as softly as possible. In the bedroom, she can hear Toby the human staring, and every inch of her, from skeleton to skin, tightens in dread. This is the hardest part. Addie could have left, should have left, slipped out when he was still asleep, when their morning was still an extension of their night, a moment trapped in ember. But it is too late now. So she closes her eyes and continues to play, keeps her head down as she hears his footsteps underneath the notes, keeps her fingers moving when she feels him in the doorway. He will stand there, taking in the scene, trying to piece together the timeline of last night, how it could have gone astray, when he could have met a girl and then taken her home. He could have had too much drink. Why he doesn't remember any of it. Average piano player when they hear one key of piano. But she knows that Toby won't interrupt her as long as she's playing. So she savors the music for several more seconds before forcing herself to trail off. Look up. Pretend she doesn't notice the confusion on his face. Morning, she says, her voice cheerful and her accent, once country French, now so faint that she hardly hears it. Good morning, he says, running a hand through his loose black curls. And to his credit, Toby looks the way he always does, a little dazed and surprised to see a pretty girl sitting in his living room wearing nothing but a pair of underwear and his favorite band t-shirt beneath the blanket. Jess, she says, supplying the name he can't find because it isn't there. It's okay, she says, if you don't remember. Toby blushes and nudges Toby the cat out of the way as he sinks onto the couch cushions. I'm sorry. This isn't like me. I'm not that kind of guy. She smiles. I'm not that kind of girl. He smiles too then, and it's a line of light breaking the shadows of his face. He nods at the piano. He nods at the piano, and she wants him to say something like, I didn't know you could play. But instead, Toby says, you're really good. And she is. It's amazing what you can learn when you have the time. Thanks, she says, running her fingertips across the keys. Toby is restless now, escaping to the kitchen. Coffee? He asks, shuffling through the cupboard. I found tea. She starts to play a different song. Nothing intricate, just a strain of notes. The beginning of something. Anyone can do it? Oh my god, no. I don't know about that. She finds the melody, takes it up, lets it slip between her fingers as Toby ducks back into the room, a steaming cup in his hands. What was that? He asks, eyes brightening in that way unique to artists, writers, painters, musicians, anyone prone to moments of inspiration. It sounded familiar. A shrug. You played it for me last night. Oh god. Yeah, Faded, take it slow, don't eat them all. It isn't a lie, not exactly. He did play it for her, after she showed him. I did? He says, brow furrowing. He's already setting the coffee aside, reaching for a pencil and a notepad off the nearest table. God, I must have been drunk. He shakes his head as he says it. Toby's never been one of those songwriters who prefer to work under the influence. Do you remember more? He asks, turning through the pad. She starts playing again, leading him through the notes. He doesn't know it, but he's been working on this song for weeks. Well, they have. Together. Wait, what? For weeks? Okay. She smiles a little as she plays on. This is the grass between the nettles, a safe place to step. She can't leave her own mark, but if she's careful, she can give the mark to someone else. A solid 120 grams, what the fuck? A safe place to step. She can't leave her own mark, but if she's careful, she can give the mark to someone else. Nothing concrete, of course, but inspiration rarely is. Toby's got the guitar up now, balanced on one knee, and he follows her lead, murmuring to himself, "This is good. This is different. This is something." She stops playing and gets to her feet. "I should go." The melody falls apart on the strings as Toby looks up. "What? But I don't even know you." "Exactly," she says, heading for the bedroom to collect her clothes. "But I want to know you," Toby says, setting down the guitar and trailing her through the apartment. And this is the moment when none of it feels fair. The only time she feels the wave of frustration threatening to break. Because she has spent weeks getting to know him. And as he spent hours forgetting her. Slow down. She hates this part. She shouldn't have lingered. Should have been out of sight as well as out of mind. But there's always that nagging hope that this time it will be different. That this time they will remember. "I remember," says the darkness in her ear. When she shakes her head, forcing the voice away. "Where's the rush?" asks Toby. "At least let me make you breakfast." But she is too tired to play the game again so soon. And so she lies instead. Says there's something she has to do. And doesn't let herself stop moving. Because if she does, she knows she won't have the strength to start again. And the cycle will spin on. The affair beginning in the morning instead of at night. It won't be any easier when it ends. And if she has to start over, she'd rather be a meet cute at a bar than an unremembered aftermath of a one-night stand. It won't matter. In a moment anyways. "Jess, wait!" Toby says, catching her hand. He fumbles for the right words, and then gives up. Starts again. "I have a gig tonight, at the Alleyway. You should come. It's over on..." She knows where it is, of course. This is where they met for the first time, and the 5th, and the 9th. And when she agrees to come, his smile is dazzling. It always is. "Promise?" he asks. "Promise. I'll see you there," he says. The words full of hope as she turns and steps through the door. She looks back and says, "Don't forget me in the meantime." The one in the book or the one reading the book? An old habit, a superstition, a plea. Both. Damn. Toby shakes his head. "How could I?" She smiled as if it's just a joke. But Addie knows, as she forces herself down the stairs, that it's already happening. Knows that by the time he closes the door, she'll be gone. March is such a fickle month. It is the seam between winter and spring. Those seams suggest an even hem, and March is more like a rough line of stitches sewn by an unsteady hand. Swinging wildly between January gusts and June greens. You don't know what you'll find until you step outside. Estelle used to call these the restless days. when the warmer-blooded gods began to stir and the cold ones began to settle, when dreamers were most prone to bad ideas and wanderers were likely to get lost. Addie has always been predisposed to both. It makes sense then that she was born on the 10th of March. Wait, this is her birthday. We're at her birthday. We're on March 10th. It makes sense then that she was born on the 10th of March, right along the ragged seam, though it has been so long since Addie felt like celebrating. For 23 years, she dreaded the marker of time, what it meant. That she was growing up, growing old. And then, for centuries, a birthday was rather a useless thing. Far less important than the night she signed away her soul. That date, a death, and a rebirth rolled into one. Still, it is her birthday and a birthday deserves a gift. She pauses in front of a boutique, her reflection ghosted in the glass. In the broad window, a mannequin poses mid-stride, its head tilted ever so slightly to one side, as if listening to some private song. Its long torso is wrapped in a broad striped sweater, a pair of oil-slick leggings vanishing into knee-high boots. One hand up, fingers hooked in the collar of the jacket that hangs over one shoulder. As Addie studies the mannequin, she finds herself mimicking the pose, shifting her stance, tilting her head. Makes you real, sweetie. Oh, damn. And maybe it's the day, or the promise of spring in the air, or maybe she's simply in the mood for something new. Inside, the boutique smells of unlit candles and unworn clothes, and Addie runs her fingers over cotton and silk before finding the striped knit sweater, which turns out to be cashmere. She throws it over one arm, along with the featured leggings. She knows her sizes. They haven't changed. Hi there! The cheerful clerk is a girl in her early 20s, like Addie herself, though one is real and aging and the other one is an image trapped in amber. Can I get a room started for you? Oh, that's okay, she says, plucking a pair of boots from a display. I've got everything I need. She follows the girl to the 3 curtained stalls at the rear of the shop. Just give me a shout if I can help, says the girl, turning away before the curtain swings shut. And Addie is alone with a pillowed bench and a full-length mirror and herself. She kicks off her boots and shrugs out of her jacket, tossing it into the seat. Doesn't stop me yelling. Alright, Faded. Good luck. Change rattles in the pocket as it lands, and something tumbles out. It hits the floor with a dull clack and rolls across the narrow changing room, stopping only when it meets the baseboard. It is a ring. A small circle carved of ash gray wood. A familiar band, once loved, now loathsome. Addie stares at the thing for a moment. Her fingers twitch, traitorous, but she doesn't reach for the ring. Doesn't pick it up. Just turns her back on the small wooden circle and continues undressing. She pulls on the sweater, shimmies into the leggings, zips up the boots. The mannequin was thinner, taller, but Addie likes the way the outfit hangs on her. The warmth of the cashmere, the weight of the leggings, the soft embrace of the lining on the boots. Cat has been acquired. Let's go. Is cat still going meow? Of course they would. She plugs the price tag off one by one, ignoring the zeros. Joyeux anniversaire, she thinks, meeting her reflection, inclining her head, as if she too hears some private song. The picture of a modern Manhattan woman. Yo, bro, it's French. I also still remember that means happy birthday. The picture of a modern Manhattan woman. Even if the face in the mirror is the same one she'd had for centuries. Addie leaves her old clothes strewn like a shadow across the dressing room floor. The ring, a scorned child in the corner, the only thing she reclaims is the discarded jacket. It's soft, made of black leather and worn practically to silk. The kind of thing people pay a fortune for these days and call it vintage. It's the only thing Addie refused to leave behind and feed to the flames in New Orleans. Though the smell of him clung to it like smoke, his stain forever on everything. She does not care. She loves the jacket. Damn. Okay, so in the Shades of Magic, we had the coat, we had Kel's coat, and now we have Addie's jacket. You too? Oh, I might have to find that spot. Tell me more. Leave me the fuck alone. But yeah, now we have Jacket Kun, I guess. It was new then, but it is broken in now. Shows its wear in all the ways she can't. It reminds her of Dorian Gray. Time reflected in cowhide instead of human skin. Addie steps out of the little curtained booth. Across the boutique, the clerk startled, flustered at the sight of her. Everything fit? She asks, too polite to admit she doesn't remember letting someone into the back. God bless customer service. Addie shakes her head ruefully. Some days you're stuck with what you've got, she says, heading for the door. By the time the clerk finds the clothes, a ghost of a girl on the changing room floor, she won't remember whose they are, and Addie will be gone from sight and mind and memory. Bro, she just stole those clothes! Because nobody fucking remembers her. She could just do that. That's why she ignored the price tag on that. Perfect criminal. Nobody remembers her. No rhyme with no perpetrator. Exactly. She tosses the jacket over her shoulder, one finger hooked in the collar, and steps out into the sun. Now we're making a little jump in time again. We're going back to Vion-sur-Sarthe in France, but now it's the summer of 1698. So the very first one was like 1790. So now we're going back a little bit to 1698. The fuck these jumps for? Well, that character, like that woman we've just been having like the POV of, the one that doesn't get remembered. She has been living forever. Like, she has a deal that makes her live forever. So I guess it goes back in time to the point where she still wasn't, quote unquote, cursed, to where she was living originally. So it jumps like back between them. It's not a crime to look good. All right. Again, now we're in summer of 1698 in France. Adeline sits on a bench beside her father. Her father, who is to her a mystery, a solemn giant most at home inside his workshop. Beneath their feet, a pile of woodwares make shapes like small bodies under a blanket, and the cartwheels rattle as Maxime, the sturdy mare, draws them down the lane away from home. Hey, Awayas, how are you doing? Maxime. Right? Away, away. A word that makes her small heart race. She is bright and small and quick as a sparrow, and she begged for months to go with him to market. Begged until her mother swore she would go mad, until her father finally said yes. He is a woodworker, her father, and 3 times a year, he makes the trip along the south up to the city of Le Mans. Just staring at my wall. Those are recycled to all their contents and I love it. Yeah, but it's like, it's not in a bad way, that's for sure. And today, she's with him. Distracted staring at your wall. I could get distracted staring at you. Yeah. Today, for the first time, Adeline is leaving Villon. She looks back to her mother, arms crossed beside the old yew tree at the end of the lane. And then they round the bend and her mother is gone. The village rolls past. Here, the houses and their fields. Here, the houses, and there, the fields. Of a cat, in a sense. Oh god. Oh my god. I was about to say something again, but I'm gonna shut up. Oh my god. Okay. He's an age between 0 and 300. Okay. They're round the bend and her mother is gone. The village rolls past. You're learning to shut up. The village rolls past. Here, the houses, and there the fields. Here the church, and there the trees. Here, Monsieur Berger turning soil, and there, Madame Delode hanging clothes. For a reading stream, of course I did, Ways. I was saying earlier, Ways, imagine we have that redeem on here, and I just switched to a German book. I have Ready Player One in German here, so I would just like pull that out and just start reading that for the redeem. That was my goal. Well, too bad. Her daughter Isabel sitting in the grass nearby, twining flowers into crowns, her tongue beneath her teeth in concentration. When Adeline told the girl about her trip, Isabel had only shrugged and said, "I like it here." As if you couldn't like one place and want to see another. Now she looks up at Adeline and waves at the cart as the cart goes by. They reach the edge of the village, the farthest she has ever gone before, and the cart hits a divot in the road and shakes as if it too had crossed the threshold. Adeline holds her breath, expecting to feel some rope draw tight inside her, binding her to the town. But there's no tether, no lurch. The cart keeps moving, and Adeline feels a little wild and a little scared as she turns back to look at the shrinking picture of Villon, which was until now the sum of her world, and is now only a part made smaller with the mare's every step, until the town seems like one of her father's figurines, small enough to nest within one calloused palm. It is a day's ride to Le Mans, the trek made easy with her mother's basket and her father's company. One's bread and cheese to fill her belly, and the other's easy laugh, and broad shoulders making shade for Adeline beneath the summer sun. At home, he's a quiet man, committed to his work. But on the road, he begins to open, to unfold, to speak. And when he speaks, it is to tell her stories. Those stories he gathered, the way one gathers wood. Il était une fois, he will say, before sliding into stories of palaces and kings, of gold and glamour, of masquerade balls and cities full of splendor. Once upon a time, this is how the story starts. She will not remember the stories themselves, but she will recall the way he tells them. The words feel smooth as river stones, and she wonders if he tells these stories when he's alone, if he carries on, talking to Maxime in this easy, gentle way. Wonders if he tells stories to the wood as he is working with it, or if they are just for her. Adeline wishes she could write them down. Later, her father will teach her letters. Her mother will have a fit when she finds out, and accuse him of giving her another way to idle, waste the hours of the day. But Adeline will steal away into his workshop nonetheless, and he will let her sit and practice writing her own name in the fine dust that always seems to coat the workshop floor. But today, she can only listen. The countryside rolls past around them, a jostling portrait of a world she already knows. The fields are fields, just like her own, the trees arranged in roughly the same order. And when they do come upon a village, it is a war-tree reflection of Villon, and Adeline begins to wonder if the world outside is as boring as her own. And then, the walls of Le Mans come into sight. Stone ridges rising in the distance, a many-patterned spine along the hills. It is 100 times the size of Villon, or at least, it is that grand in memory. And Adeline holds her breath as they pass through the gates and into the protected city. You're gonna have to know French. I mean, so far, it's been, like, 2 phrases. Like, once upon a time and happy birthday. So, That's not too bad. We'll see how much more French there is in this book. I at least somewhat remember how to pronounce French words. I just don't remember most of their meanings. Beyond a maze of crowded streets, her father guides the cart between houses squeezed tight as stones until the narrow road opens in onto a square. Yeah, I don't know any Spanish. I'm out. There's a square back in Vion, of course, but it is a little bigger than their yard. This is a giant space, the ground lost beneath so many feet and carts and stalls. And as her father guides Maxime to a stop, Adeline stands on the bench and marvels at the marketplace. The heady smell of bread and sugar on the air, and people everywhere she looks. She has never seen so many of them, let alone ones she does not know. I dropped out of Spanish, so I never did it. They are a sea of strangers, unfamiliar faces and unfamiliar clothes with unfamiliar voices, calling unfamiliar words. It feels as if the doors of her world have been thrown wide open. So many rooms added to her house she thought she knew. Her father leans against the cart and talks to anyone who passes by, and all the while his hands move over a block of wood, a small knife nested in one palm. He shaves at the surface with all the steady ease of someone peeling an apple, ribbons falling between his fingers. Adeline has always loved to watch him work, see the figures take shape as if they were there all along, but hidden, like pits in the center of a peach. Her father's work is beautiful, the wood smooth where his hands are rough, delicate where he is large. And mixed among the bowls and cups, tucked between the tools of his trade, are toys for sale, and wooden figures as small as rolls of bread. A horse, a boy, a house, a bird. Adeline grew up surrounded by such trinkets. But her favorite is neither animal nor man. It is a ring. She wears it on a leather cord around her neck, a delicate band, the wood ash gray, and smooth as polished stone. That was the ring in the wardrobe that she dropped. I forgot I don't think she picked it back up, right? God damn. He carved it when she was born, made for the girl she'd one day be, and Adeline wears it like a talisman, an amulet, a key. Her hand goes to it now and then, thumb running over the surface the way her mother's runs over a rosary. She clings to it now, an anchor in the storm, as she perches on the back of the cart and watches everything. From this angle, she's almost tall enough to see the buildings beyond. She stretches up onto her toes, wondering how far they go, until a nearby horse jostles their cart as it goes past, and she nearly falls. Her father's hand closes around her arm, pulling her back into the safety of his reach. By the end of the day, the wooden wares are gone, and Adeline's father gives her a copper soul and says she may buy anything she likes. She goes from stall to stall, eyeing the pastries and the cakes, the hats and the dresses and the dolls. But in the end, she settles on a journal, parchment bound with waxy thread. It is the blankness of the paper that excites her, the idea that she might fill the space with anything she likes. She could not afford the pencils to go with it, but her father uses a second coin to buy a bundle of small black sticks, and explains that these are charcoal. Shows her how to press the darkened chalk to the paper, smudge the line to turn hard edges into shadow. With a few quick strokes, he draws a bird in the corner of the page, and she spends the next hour copying the lines. Far more interesting than the letters he's written beneath. Maybe it haunts her. Sounds like something her dad whittled before. Yeah. Her father picks up the cart as the day gives way to dusk. They will stay the night in a local inn, and for the first time in her life, Adeline will sleep in a foreign bed and wake to foreign sounds and smells. And there will be a moment, as brief as a yawn, when she won't know where she is, and her heart will quicken. First with fear, and then with something else. Something she does not have the words for yet. And by the time they return home to Villon, she will already be a different version to herself. A room with the windows all thrown wide, eager to let in the fresh air, the sunlight, the spring. Now we're jumping from 1698 to 1703, still in Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. All the dime drums. Yeah. But I mean, they're fairly like you can still get a good overlook over it, to be fair. Like, they're not crazy jumps. They're fine. Spanish is a mid language. I can't speak it anyway. I don't know what you guys were talking about. It is a Catholic place, Villon. Certainly the part that shows. There's a church in the center of town, a solemn stone thing where everyone goes to save their souls. Adeline's mother and father kneel there twice a week and cross themselves and say their blessings and speak of God. Adeline is 12 now, so she does too. But she prays the way her father turns loaves of bread upright, the way her mother licks her thumb to collect stray flakes of salt. As a matter of habit, more automatic than faith. The church in town isn't new, and neither is God, but Adeline has come to think of him that way, thanks to Estelle, who says the greatest danger in change is letting the new replace the old. Wow. That's a quote. Huh. This book hits. The greatest danger in change is letting the new replace the old. Estelle, who belongs to everyone and no one, and herself. Estelle, who grew like a tree at the heart of the village by the river, and has certainly never been young, who sprang up from the ground itself with gnarled hands and woody skin and roots deep enough to tap into their own hidden well. Estelle, who believes that the new God is a filigree thing, She thinks that he belongs to cities and kings, and that he sits over Paris on a golden pillow, and has no time for peasants, no place among the wood and stone and river water. Adeline's father thinks Estelle is mad. Her mother says that the woman is bound for hell, and once when Adeline repeated as such, Estelle laughed her dry leaf laugh and said there was no such place, only the cool, dark soil and the promise of sleep. "And what of heaven?" asked Adeline. "Heaven is a nice spot in the shade, a broad tree over my bones." I want to sleep. At 12, Adeline wonders which god she should pray to now to make her father change his mind. He has loaded up his cart with wares bound to Lamel, has harnessed Maxime, but for the first time in 6 years she is not going with him. He has promised to bring her a fresh pad of parchment, new tools with which to sketch. They both know she would rather go and have no gifts, would rather see the world outside than another pad to draw on. She's running out of subjects, has memorized the tired lines of the village and all the familiar faces in it. Absolutely faded. I mean, that's why my French is kind of like dog shit, because I had 6 years of French in school, but afterwards I didn't interact with any content in French much, or was really exposed to French, so that kind of just like got swept under the rug. It will come by itself. Been lacking on immersion. Yeah, again, like same with me in French. I have never immersed myself much in French outside of school. So my French is basically gone. I still remember how like pronunciation and stuff works, but I don't remember what the words mean. Like, you grew up in a French environment? Yeah. Just gonna watch videos and listen to Japanese podcasts. I just watch like I have a little bit of Japanese exposure, I guess, but like not as much. But I am definitely very much exposed and immersed into English. Reading books in English, watching videos in English, streaming in English. Like I'm I feel more English than German sometimes when it comes to when it comes to some things. It's attractive, not gonna lie. Oh, is it now? I guess I gotta keep immersing myself into English. Language immersion. Maybe, you know, I'll immerse you in some German at some point. Add some more German to us talking. That's all I meant, like literally the language. I wasn't. Yeah. That's what I meant right now. Language immersion. The other kind of immersion comes later. Don't worry about it. Clearly, I thought that too. Nothing else. It's a temptation to put Japanese. I probably could not translate that though. No, but I meant like, you know, Slothy, on maybe on a Tuesday I'll add some more German into it. Who knows? Become Google Translate. Yeah, I'll become my own dictionary, my own database of translations. I mean, stop attacking me with your eyes looking at me. I'm not looking at you right now. I'm just looking at the chat. I mean, there is one German remix. That'd be funny. There's a clip of me singing the SpongeBob's Goofy Goober song in German for a little bit somewhere on my Twitch, like almost 2 years ago. Like 3 for I. Yeah, there's so many different words. Crazy. But no, I think that when I first introduced that redeem, I think it was Yuki. She wanted me to translate the Goofy Goober song, so I just started singing it a little bit. Yeah, kanji is a whole different story, Faded. Kanji is a different kind of beast. What's that evil my ancestors invented? Yeah, I mean, yeah, in Japanese you still have hiragana and katakana. English is hard enough. I would actually say I had an easier time with English than with German. Cooked every single day. I had an easier time learning English than learning German, and I'm a native German. Okay. Okay, but this year her mother has decided that it isn't right for her to go to the market. It isn't fitting. Even though Adeline knows she can still fit on that wooden bench beside her father. Her mother wishes she was more like Isabel Therault, a sweet and kind and utterly incrucious, content to keep her eyes down upon her knitting something instead of looking up at clouds, instead of wondering what's around the bend over the hills. But Adeline does not know how to be like Isabel. She does not want to be like Isabel. She wants only to go to Le Mans, and once there, to watch the people and see the art all around and taste the food and discover things she hasn't heard of yet. Please, she says, as her father climbs up into the cart. She could have stowed away among the woodworks, hidden safe beneath the tarp. But now it is too late. When Adeline reaches for the wheel, her mother catches her by the wrist and pulls her back. "Enough!" she says. Her father looks at them and then away. The cart sets out, and when Adeline tries to tear free and run off the cart, her mother's hand flashes out again, this time finding her cheek. Tears spring to her eyes, a vivid blush before the rising bruise, and her mother's voice when it lands is a second blow. "You are not a child anymore!" And Adeline understands, and still does not understand at all. Feels as if she's being punished for simply growing up. She's so angry that she wants to run away, wants to fling her mother's needlework into the hearth and break every half-made sculpture in her father's shop. Instead, she watches the cart around the bend and vanish between the trees. With one hand clenched around her father's ring, Adeline waits for her mother to let her go and send her on to do chores. And then she goes to find Estelle. Estelle, who still worships the old gods. Adeline must have been 5 or 6 the first time she saw the woman drop her stone cup into the river. It was a pretty thing, with a pattern pressed like lace into its sides. And the old woman just let it fall, admiring the splash. Her eyes were closed and her lips were moving, and when Adeline ambushed the old woman, she was already old. He has always been old. On the path home, Estelle said that she was praying to the gods. "What for?" "Marie's child isn't coming as it should," she said. "I asked the river gods to make things flow smooth. They're good at that." "But why did you give them your cup?" "Because, Addie, the gods are greedy." Addie, a pet name, one her mother scorned as boyish. A name her father favored, but only when they were alone. A name that rang like a bell in her bones. A name that suited her far more than Adeline. Now, she finds Estelle in her garden, folded in among the wild vines of squash, the thorny spine of a blackberry bush, bent low as a warping branch. "Addie!" The old woman says her name without looking up. It is autumn, and the ground is littered with the stones of fruit that didn't ripen as it should. Addie nudges them with the toe of her shoe. "How do you talk to them?" she asks. "Yippee! The old gods. You call them by name?" Estelle straightens, joints cracking like dry sticks. If she's surprised by the question, it doesn't show. "They have no names. Is there a spell?" Estelle gives her a pointed look. "Spells are for witches, and witches are too often burned." "Then how do you pray?" "With gifts and praise. And even then the old gods are fickle. They are not bound to answer." "What do you do then?" "You carry on." She chews on the inside of her cheek. "How many gods are there, Estelle?" "As many gods of you as you have questions," answers the old lady. But there's no scorn in her voice, and Addie knows to wait her out, to hold her breath until she sees the telltale sign of Estelle's softening. It is like waiting at a neighbor's door after you've knocked. When you know they are home, she can hear the steps, the low rasp of the lock, and knows that it will give. Estelle sighs open. "The old gods are everywhere," she says. They swim in the river and grow in the field and sing in the woods. They are in the sunlight on the wheat and under the saplings in spring and in the vines that grow up the side of that stone church. They gather at the edges of the day, at dawn, and at dusk. Adeline's eyes narrow. Will you teach me how to call on them? The old woman sighs, knowing that Adeline Larue is not only clever but also stubborn. She begins wading through the garden to the house, and the girl follows, afraid that if Estelle reaches her front door before she answers, she might close it on this conversation. But Estelle looks back, eyes keen in her wrinkled face. There are rules. Adeline hates rules, but she knows that sometimes they are necessary. Like what? You must humble yourself before them. You must offer them a gift, something precious to you. And you must be careful what you ask for. Adeline considers. Is that all? Estelle's face darkens. The old gods may be great, but they are neither kind nor merciful. They are fickle, unsteady as moonlight on water, or shadows in a storm. If you insist on calling them, take heed. Be careful what you ask for. Be willing to pay the price. She leans over Adeline, casting her in shadow. And no matter how desperate or dire, never pray to the gods that answer after dark. 2 days later, when Adeline's father returns, he comes bearing a fresh pad of parchment and a bundle of black lead pencils, bound with string, and the first thing she does is pick the best one and sink it down into the ground behind their garden, and pray the next time her father leaves, she will be with him. But if the gods hear, they do not answer. She never goes to market again. And now we're doing another little jump. We're going from 1703 to 1707. Gonna take your departure. You going to sleep now, Faded? If so, get some good rest. Thank you for stopping by. Duolingo's ass. I have to say, Duolingo definitely has improved over the years from what I've seen, at least for German. But I feel like for Japanese, it's definitely a bit harder. I'm in bed. Ooh. Damn, without me. Alright, Faded, have a good day. Get some good rest. Thank you for stopping by. Good night. I'm tired. I guess I'll just read you to sleep. It's all good, Slothy. You rest as much as you need to. Tried doing Archon Quest and failed miserably. Oh no. Yeah. Take your time. Alright, again, we're now jumping from, what was it? 1703 to 1707. We're all on Talking Weird. Oh, you mean, oh, at the, at that, device with the captain? Yeah, okay, I know where you are. Okay, nice. Alright, yeah. That's not bad. 10 minutes of content. Cannot multitask. It's all good. Rest your eyes. You fall asleep, you fall asleep. So try resting. I'm just gonna sit here and read the book. So you fall asleep to me reading. I know I'm boring. No, it's okay. I love you too, Slothy. I'm just messing. I know. Damn. Well, you gotta come over here then, I guess. So it can actually happen. Alright, again, we're back still in Vion-sur-Sarthe. But 4 years later now? Nice close kind of type. Blink, and the years fall away like leaves. Adeline is 16 now, and everyone speaks of her as if she is a summer bloom. Something to be plucked and propped within a vase, intended only to flower and then to rot. Like Isabel, who dreams of family instead of freedom, and seems content to briefly blossom and then wither. No. Adeline has decided she would rather be a tree like Estelle. If she must grow roots, she would rather be left to flourish wild instead of pruned, would rather stand alone, allowed to grow beneath the open sky. Better than that firewood, cut down just to burn in someone else's hearth. She hefts the laundry on her hip and crests the rise, making her way down the weepy slope to the river. When she reaches the banks, she turns the basket out, dumping the soiled clothes into the grass. And there, tucked like a secret between the skirts and aprons and undergarments, is the sketchbook. Not the first. She has gathered them year after year, careful to fill every inch of space, to make the most of each blank page. But every one is like a taper burning in a moonless night, always running out too fast. It does not help that she keeps giving bits away. She kicks off her shoes and slumps back against the slope, her skirts pooling beneath her. She runs her fingers through the weedy grass and finds the fraying edge of the paper. One of her favorite drawings, folded into a square and driven down into the bank last week, just after dawn. A token, buried like a seed or a promise, an offering. Adeline still prays to the new God when she must, but when her parents are not looking, she prays to the old ones too. She can do both. Keep one tucked in her cheek like a cherry pit, while she whispers to the other. So far, none of them have answered. And yet, Adeline is sure that they are listening. When George Caron began to look at her a certain way last spring, she prayed for him to turn his gaze, and he began to notice Isabel instead. Isabel has since become his wife. I'm so comfy hugging this pillow. Aww. I love that for you. That's so great. Get as comfy as you can. You deserve it. Isabel has now become his wife, and is now ripe for her first child and worn with all the torments that come with it. When Arnaud Tulle made his intentions clear last fall, Adeline prayed that he would find another girl. He did not, but that winter he took ill and died, and Adeline felt terrible for her relief, even as she fed more trinkets to the stream. She has prayed, and someone must have heard. For she is still free. Free from courtship, free from marriage, free from everything except Villon. Left alone to grow and dream. Adeline sits back on the slope, the sketch pad balanced on her knees. She pulls the drawstring pouch from her pocket. Bits of charcoal and a few worn-down precious pencils rattling like coins on market day. She used to bind a bit of cloth around the stems to keep them together, to keep her fingers clean. 1-8 mistreak. Oh no! Next one, you get it, I'm sure. I still miss. Again, next one, you'll get it. Don't worry, I believe. She used to bind a bit of cloth around the stems to keep her fingers clean, until her father fashioned narrow bands of wood around the blackened sticks, and showed her how to hold the little knife, how to shave away the edges and trim the casing into points. And now, the images are sharper, the edges contoured, the details fine. The pictures bloom like stains across the paper, landscapes of Villon and everyone in it too. The lines of her mother's hair and her father's eyes and Estelle's hands. And then there, tucked into the seams and edges of each page, Adeline's secret. Her stranger. To the river, and then it's influencing men. It's low-key creepy. Kinda is. You're right. Every bit of unused space she fills with him. A face drawn so often that the gestures now feel effortless. The lines unfurling on their own. She can conjure him from memory, even though they have never met. He is, after all, only a figment of her mind. A companion crafted first from boredom and then from longing. A dream to keep her company. She doesn't remember when it started. Only that one day she cast her gaze about the village and found every prospect wanting. Arnaud's eyes were pleasant, but he had no chin. Jacques was tall, but dull as dirt. George was strong, but his hands were rough, his moods rougher still. And so she stole the pieces she found pleasant and assembled someone new. A stranger. She's trying you. I don't look like that, though. It began as a game, but the more Adeline drew him, the stronger the lines, the more confident the press of her charcoal. Black curls. I don't have black curls. Maybe I should get black curls. Black curls, pale eyes, strong jaw, sloping shoulders, and a cupid's bow mouth. A man she'd never meet, a life she'd never know, a world she could only dream of. When she's restless, she returns to the drawings, tracing over the now familiar lines. When she cannot sleep, she thinks of him. Not the angle of his cheek, or the shade of green she was conjured for his eyes, but his voice, his touch. She lies awake and imagines him beside her, his long fingers tracing absent patterns on her skin. As he does, he tells her stories. Not the kind her father used to tell, of knights and kingdoms, princesses and thieves. Not fairy tales and warnings of venturing outside the lines. But stories feel like truths, renditions of the road, cities that sparkle, of the world beyond Villon. And even though the words she put in his mouth are surely full of errors and lies, her stranger's conjured voice makes him sound so wonderful, so real. Only you could see it, he says. I would give anything, she answers. One day, he promises, one day I'll show you. You will see it all. The words ache, even as she thinks them. The game giving way to want, a thing too genuine, too dangerous. And so, even in her imagination, she guides the conversation back to safer roads. Tell me about tigers, Adeline says, having heard of the massive cats from Estelle, who heard from them from the maison, who was part of a caravan that included a woman who claimed to have seen one. She's making fanfic. She has this OC. Her stranger smiles and gestures with his tapered fingers, and tells her of their silken fur, their teeth, their furious roars. On the slope, the laundry forgotten beside her, Adeline turns her wooden ring absently with one hand as she draws with the other, sketching out his eyes, his mouth, the line of his bare shoulders. She breathes life into him with every line, with every stroke, coaxes out another story. Tell me about dancing in Paris. Tell me about sailing across the sea. Tell me everything. There was no danger in it, no reproach, not when she was young. All girls are prone to dreaming. She will grow out of it, her parents say, but instead, Adeline feels herself growing in, holding tighter to the stubborn hope of something more. The world should be getting larger. Instead, she feels it shrinking, tightening like chains around her limbs as the flat lines of her own body begin to curve out against it. And suddenly, the charcoal beneath her nails is unbecoming, as is the idea that she would choose her own company over Arnaud's or George's, or any man who might have her. She is at odds with everything. She does not fit, an insult to her sex, a stubborn child in a woman's form, her head bowed and arms wrapped tight around her drawing pad as if it were a door. And when she does look up, her gaze always goes to the edges of town. A dreamer, scorns her mother. A dreamer mourns her father. A dreamer warns Estelle. Still, does not seem such a bad word until Adeline wakes up. Wow. Now, we're jumping back to March 10th, 2014 in New York. My heart. Right? So good. It's so good. There is a rhythm to moving through the world alone. You discover what you can and cannot live without. The simple necessities and small joys that define a life. Not food, not shelter, not the basic things a body needs. Those are, for her, a luxury. But the things that keep you sane, that bring you joy, that make life bearable. Addie thinks of her father and his carvings, the way he peeled away the bark, whittled down the wood beneath to find the shapes that lived inside. Michelangelo called it the angel in the marble, though she'd not known that as a child. Her father had called it the secret in the wood. He knew how to reduce a thing, sliver by sliver, piece by piece, till he found its essence. Knew too when he'd gone too far. One stroke too many, and the wood went from delicate to brittle in his hands. Addie has had 300 years to practice her father's art, to whittle herself down to a few essential truths, to learn the things she cannot do without. And this is what she settled on. She can go without food, she will not wither. She can go without heat, the cold will not kill her. But a life without art, without wonder, without beautiful things, she would go mad. She has gone mad. What she needs are stories. Stories are a way to preserve oneself, to be remembered, and to forget. Stories come in so many forms, in charcoal, in a song, in paintings, poems, films, and books. Books, she has found, are a way to live 1,000 lives, or to find strength in a very long one. Two blocks up Flatbush, she sees the familiar green folding table on the sidewalk, covered in paperbacks, and Fred hunched in his rickety chair behind it. Red nose, buried in M is for malice. The old man explained to her once, back when he was on K is for killer, how he was determined to get through Grafton's entire alphabet series before he dies. She hopes he makes it. He has a nagging cough, and sitting out there in the cold doesn't help. But here he is, whenever Addie comes by. According to fate. I mean, hey, if you're Addie and I'm Toby, like, sure. Fred doesn't smile or make small talk, but Addie knows of him. She has pried out word for word over the last 2 years. The progress slow and halting. Aw, it does. It really does. She knows he's a widower who lives upstairs, knows the books belonged to his wife Candace, knows that when she died, he packed up all her books and brought them down to sell. And it's like letting her go in pieces, selling off his grief. Addie knows that he sits down here because he's afraid of dying in his apartment, of not being found, not being missed. I keel over out here. But, he says, at least someone will notice. He's a gruff old man, but Addie likes him. Sees the sadness in his anger, the guardedness of grief. Addie suspects he doesn't really want to sell the books. He doesn't really want his books to sell. He hasn't priced them, hasn't read more than a few. And sometimes his mood is so coarse, his tone so cold, he actually scares the customers away. Still, they come and still they buy. But every time the selection seems to thin, a new box appears. The contents are unpacked to fill the gaps. And in the last few weeks, Addie has once more begun to spot new releases among the old. Fresh covers and unbroken spines. In with the battered paperbacks. She wonders if he's buying them, or if other people have begun donating to his strange collection. Addie slows. Now her fingers dancing over the spines. The selection is always a medley of discordant notes, thrillers, biographies, romance, battered mass markets, mostly interrupted by a few glossy hardcovers. She has stopped to study them 100 times, but today she simply tips the book on the end onto her hand, the gesture light and swift as a magician's. A piece of legerdemain. Practice long given way to perfect. Addie tucks the book under her arm and keeps walking. The old man never looks up. Miss Streak Knight, no! I'm so sorry, Slothy. Next one. I refuse to believe it goes up to 10. Okay, I never heard it being referred to that, so thank you, Slothy. I always just hear it as sleight of hand. The market sits like a cluster of old wives at the edge of the park. Into English. Ah, fair. Long thin from winter, the number of white-capped stalls is finally beginning to swell again. Drops of color dotting the square where new produce springs up between the root vegetables, meat and bread, and other staples resistant to the cold. Addie weaves between the people, heading to a little white tent nestled by the front gates of Prospect. Rise and Shine is a coffee and pastry stall run by a pair of sisters that remind Addie of Estelle, if the old woman had been two instead of one, divided along the lines of temper. If she had been kinder, softer, or perhaps if she had simply lived another life another time. The sisters are here year-round, come snow or sun, a small constant in an ever-changing city. New York City references make me happy. It's nice if you know the places, right? Hey, sugar, says Mel, all broad shoulders, a wild curls, and the kind of sweetness that makes strangers feel like family. Addie loves that. The easy warmth, wants to nestle into it like a well-worn sweater. What can we get for you? Asks Maggie, older, leaner, laugh lines around her eyes, belying the idea she rarely smiles. Even if Flatbush and Prospect are in Brooklyn. Addie orders a large coffee and 2 muffins, 1 blueberry and the other chocolate chip, and then hands over a crumpled 10 that she'd found on Toby's coffee table. Damn, she stole money from him! But I mean, he doesn't remember. She could steal something from the market, of course, but she likes this little stand and the 2 women who run it. Got a dime? Asks Maggie. Addie digs the change from her pocket, coming up with a few quarters, a nickel. There it is again, warm among the cold metal coins. Her fingers graze the wooden ring as she clenches her teeth to feel of it. At the feel of it, like a nagging thought, impossible to shed, sifting through the coins. Addie is careful not to touch the wooden band again as she searches her change. Resists the urge to fling the ring into the weeds, knows it will not make a difference if she does. It will always find its way back. The darkness whispers in her ear, arms wrapped like a scarf around her throat. I am always with you. Addie plucks out a dime and pockets the rest. Maggie hands back $4. Where you from, doll? Asks Mel, noticing the faintest etch of an accent in the corners of Addie's voice, reduced these days to the vanishing end of an S. The slight softening of a T. It has been so long, and yet she cannot seem to let it go. Here and there, she says. But I was born in France. Ooh la la, says Mel in her flat Brooklyn drawl. Here you go, sunshine, says Maggie, passing her a bag of pastries and a tall cup. Addie curls her fingers around the paper, relishing the heat on her cold palms. The coffee is strong and dark, and when she takes a sip, she feels the warmth in the way down, all the way down. And she's back in Paris again, in Istanbul, in Naples, a mouthful of memory. She starts toward the park gates. Au revoir, calls Mel, landing hard on every letter, and Addie smiles into the steam. The air is crisp. It's finally chill in your room, let's go. It's nice. The air is crisp inside the park. The sun is out, fighting for warmth, but the shade still belongs to winter. So Addie follows the light, sinking onto a grassy slope beneath the cloudless sky. She sits the blueberry muffin on top of the paper bag and sips her coffee, examining the book she borrowed from Fred's table. She hadn't bothered to look at what she was taking, but now her heart sinks at the little sight of the paperback. The cover is soft, with where the title in German. Kinder- und Hausmärchen, it reads, by Brüder Grimm. Grimm's fairy tales. Her German is rusty, kept in the back of her mind in a corner that she wasn't used much since the war. Now she dusts it off, knows that beneath the layer of grime, she will find the space intact, undisturbed. The boon of memory. She turns through the fragile old pages, eyes tripping over the words. Grimm's tale. I grew up with Grimm's fairy tales as well. When she was still a child, and the world was small, and she dreamed of the open doors. Oh no, once upon a time, she loved this kind of stories. When she was still a child, and the world was small, and she dreamed of open doors. But Addie knows too well now. Knows that these stories are full of foolish human doing foolish things. Warning tales of gods and monsters and greedy mortals who want too much, and then fail to understand what they've lost. Until the price is paid and it's too late to claim it back. A voice rises like smoke inside her chest. Never pray to the gods for answer after dark. Addie tosses the book aside and slumps back into the grass, closing her eyes as she tries to savor the sun. Damn. This is so good! This is so good! I love this book. Now we're making a jump back again into Viens-sur-Sarthe, July 29th, 1714. Wait. Can we take a break? Sure. Like 5 minutes. All good. Need a break. You're fine. God, how long is this part? Like this chapter? Holy fuck. We're at like page 36. End of chapter. No, we're not even close. This is all still part 1. Unless it's also, it's like, because it has the Roman numerals on top again, like in the other book, where like the parts are separated. Or, like the chapter separated in like these different parts. And I'm trying to see, like, we're at page 36 right now. And the next time when it's gonna be like part 2, whatever. Let's see. We're at Roman numeral 13. What the fuck? 14. 15. 16. ignore you for 5 minutes. 17? Oh, yeah. Okay, part 1 goes all the way up to page 100. Yeah, we're not doing all that today. we're gonna go until, like, I don't know, like a little bit more, like an hour or two more. It's not a part, that's a whole act. It says part. I know, but damn. Yeah, I know, but I feel you. I'm due for a break as well. For a little bit here. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm gonna stretch for a bit, and then I'll be back in like 5 minutes. So take your time, rest as well. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, we're probably not gonna read all the way to page 100 today. This is great. It's such a good book. I'm loving it. And it's so much easier to read. Stop teasing me. That's perfect. I mean, the teasing gotta be in there from time to time, you know. Gotta make it more interesting. Leave me the fuck alone. Alright, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'll make some tea. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Hey, Abby. Okay, Slothy, no worries. I just, had to avert a crisis over here. Holy fuck. I think this tea might be a little bit too sweet now. I did a big oopsie. This book is too good. You're fine, Slothy. Take your time. I'll probably still be reading for a bit longer. And then we'll, switch to some Genshin later as well. If you ever feel like coming back, I'm sure I'm still going to be online. But please rest. I'll be here. Oh god. So I'm trying to. There we go. I was just making a cup of tea, and we have like a little glass of like liquid, like more liquid honey. And I tried to just like take like 1 spoon and put it in the cup, in my mug, and it kind of got like stuck. So I tried to like pour it in a little bit, and then like half of the fucking glass just got fucking poured into the mug. Like half the mug was full of honey. It's like, oh fuck, that's too much. I got most of it out again and put it back into the glass, but yeah. Okay, 1 second. I gotta bring a paper towel for this mug though. I'll be back in a second again. Okay, I'm back. There we go. All right, man. This book is pretty fucking good so far, though. Like, I'm enjoying it. So, let's continue. Also, this was the last tea bag of my green tea, orange, ginger tea. It's all good, Abby. I'm sure there was a lot of things going on. All right. Oh, yeah, we're making a jump back to France 1714. Been sick. Oh, I'm so sorry, Abby. I hope you're feeling better. All right. Adeline had wanted to be a tree. To grow wild and deep, belong to no one but the ground beneath her feet and the sky above. I am, thankfully. Nice. I'm glad to hear. Just like Estelle. It would be an unconventional life and perhaps a little lonely, but at least it would be hers. She would belong to no one but herself. But here's the danger of a place like Villon. Blink, and a year is gone. Blink, and 5 more follow. It's like a gap between stones, this village. Just wide enough for things to get lost. The kind of place where time slips and blurs, where a month a year, a life can go missing, where everyone is born and buried in the same 10-meter plot. Adeline was going to be a tree. And then came Roger and his wife, Pauline, grown up together and then married and then gone, and the time it took for her to lace up a pair of boots. A hard pregnancy, a ruinous birth, 2 deaths instead of 1 new life. 3 small children left behind where there should have been 4. The earth still fresh over her grave, and Roger looking for another wife, a mother for his children, a second life at the cost of Adeline's one and only. Of course, she said no. Adeline is 23, already too old to wed. 23, a third of her life already buried. 23, and then gifted like a prize. So to a man she does not love or want or even know. She said no, and learned how much the word was worth. Learned that like Estelle, she had promised herself to the village, and the village had a need. Her mother said it was duty. Her father said it was mercy, though Adeline doesn't know for whom. Estelle said nothing, because she knew it wasn't fair, knew this was the risk of being a woman, of giving herself to a place instead of a person. Adeline was going to be a tree, and instead, people have come brandishing an axe. They have given her away. She lies awake the night before the wedding, and thinks of freedom, of fleeing, of stealing away on her father's horse, even as she knows the thought is madness. She feels mad enough to do it. Instead, she prays. She has been praying, of course, since the day of her betrothal, giving half her possessions to the river and buried the other half in the field or at the slope of dirt and brush where the village meets the woods. And now, she's almost out of time and out of tokens. She lies there in the dark, twists like the olden ring on its leather cord, and considers going out and praying again now in the dead of night. But Adeline remembers Estelle's fearsome warning about the ones who might answer. So instead she clenches her hands together and prays to her mother's God instead, prays for help, pray for a miracle, for a way out. And then, in the darkest part of night, she prays for Roger's death. Anything for her escape. She feels guilty at once, sucks it back into her chest like an expelled breath, and waits. Day breaks like an egg yolk, spilling yellow light across the field. Adeline slips out of the house before dawn, having never slept at all. Now she winds her way through the wild grass beyond the vegetable garden, skirts wicking up the dew. She lets herself sink with the weight of them, her favorite drawing pencil clutched in one hand. Adeline does not want to give it up, but she is running out of time and out of tokens. She presses the pencil point down into the damp soil of the field. "Help me," she whispers to the grass, its edges limed with light. "I know you are there. I know you are listening. Please, please." But the grass is only grass and the wind is only wind, and neither answers. Even when she presses her forehead to the ground and sobs. There's nothing wrong with Roger, but there's nothing right either. His skin is waxy, his blonde hair thinning, his voice like a wisp of wind. When his hands lay itself upon her arm, the grip is weak, and when he inclines his head toward her, his breath is stale. And Adeline? She is a vegetable left too long in the garden. Its skin got stiff, its insides woody, gone to ground by choice, only to be dug up and made into a meal. I do not want to marry him, she says, fingers tangled in the weedy earth. Adeline? Calls her mother, as if she is one of the livestock gone astray. She drags herself up, empty with anger and grief. And when she goes inside, her mother sees only the dirt caking her hands and orders her daughter to the basin. Adeline scrubs the soil from beneath her nails, bristles biting her fingers as her mother scolds. What will your husband think? Husband. A word like a millstone, all weight and no warmth. Her mother tuts. You will not be so restless once you have children to tend. Adeline thinks again of Isabel. 2 small boys clinging to her skirts, a third in a basket by the hearth. They used to dream together. But she has aged 10 years and 2, it seems. She is always tired, and there are hollows in her face where her cheeks were red from laughter. It would be good for you, says her mother, to be somebody's wife. The day passes like a sentence. The sun falls like a scythe. Adeline can almost hear the whistle of the blade as her mother braids her hair into a crown, weaves flowers in the place of jewels. Her dress is simple and light, but it might as well be made of mail for how it weighs on her. She wants to scream. Instead, she reaches up and grips the wooden ring around her neck, as if for balance. You must take that off before the ceremony, instructs her mother, and Adeline nods, even as her fingers tighten around it. Her father comes in from the barn, dusted with wood shavings and smelling of sap. He coughs, a faint rattle like loose seeds, inside his chest. It has been there for a year, that cough, but he will not let them talk of it. We're almost ready, he asks. What a foolish question. Her mother talks about the wedding dinner as if it has already come and gone. Adeline looks out the window at the sinking sun and doesn't listen to the words. She can hear the light in her mother's voice, the vindication in it. Even in her father's eyes, there is a measure of relief. Their daughter tried to carve out her own road, but now things are being set right. A wayward life dragged back on course, propelled down its proper path. The house is too warm, the air heavy and still, and Adeline cannot breathe. Finally, the church bell tolls, the same low tone it calls at funerals, and she forces herself to her feet. Her father touches her arm. His face is sorry and his grip is firm. You will come to love your husband, he says, but the words are clearly more wish than promise. You will be a good wife, says her mother, and hers are more command than wish. And then Estelle appears in the doorway, dressed as if she is in mourning. Why shouldn't she be? This woman who taught her of wild dreams and willful gods, who filled Adeline's head with thoughts of freedom, blew on the embers of hope, and let her believe a life could be her own. The light has gone watery and thin behind Estelle's gray head. There's still time, Adeline tells herself, but it is fleeting, faster now with every breath. Time. How often has she heard it described as said within its glass, steady, constant? This is a lie, because she can feel it quicken, crashing toward her. Panic beats a drum inside her chest, and outside, the path is a single dark line, stretched straight and narrow toward the village square. On the other side, the church stands waiting, pale and stiff as a tombstone. And she knows that if she walks in, she will not come out. 1 second. Okay. Her future will rush by the same as her past, only worse, because there will be no freedom. Only a marriage bed and a deathbed, and perhaps a child bed between. And when she dies, it will be as though she never lived. There will be no Paris, no green-eyed lover, no trips on boats to faraway lands, no foreign skies, no life beyond this village. No life at all unless... Adeline pulls free of her father's grip, drags to a stop on the path. Her mother turns to look at her as if she might run, which is exactly what she wants to do, but knows she can't. "Made a gift for my husband," said Adeline, mind spinning. "I've left it in the house." Her mother softens, approving. Her father stiffens, suspicious. Estelle's eyes narrow, knowing. "I'll just fetch it," she continues, already turning back. "I'll go with you," says her father, and her heart lurches and her fingers twitch. But it is Estelle who reaches out to stop him. "John," she says in that sly way, "Adeline cannot be your daughter and his wife. She is a woman grown, not a child, to be minded." He finds his daughter's eyes and says, "Be quick." Adeline had already taken flight. Back up the path and past the door, into the house and through to the other side. To the open window in the field and the distant line of trees. The woods standing sentinel at the eastern edge of the village, opposite the sun. The woods already cloaked in shadow, but she knows there's still light. Still time. "Adeline!" calls her father, but she doesn't look back. Instead, she climbs through the window, wood snagging on the wedding dress as she stumbles out and runs. "Adeline!" The voice calls out after her, but they stretch thinner with every step. And soon she is across the field and into the woods, breaking the line of trees as she sinks to her knees in the dense summer dirt. She clutches the wooden ring, feels the loss of it even before she tugs the leather cord over her head. Adeline does not want to sacrifice it, but she has used up all her tokens, given every gift she could spare back to the earth, and none of the gods have answered. Now, this is all she has left. And the light is thin, and the village is calling, and she is desperate to escape. "Please," she whispers, her voice breaking over the word as she plunges the band down into the mossy earth. "I will do anything." The trees murmur overhead and then go still, as if they too are waiting. And Adeline prays to every god in the Vion woods, to anyone and anything who will listen. This cannot be her life. This cannot be her all there is. "Answer me," she pleads as the damp seeps into her wedding dress. She squeezes her eyes shut and strains to hear. The only sound is her own voice on the only sound is her own voice on the wind, and her name echoing in the ears like a heartbeat. Adeline, Adeline, Adeline. She bows her head against the soil and grips the dark earth and screams, "Answer me!" The silence is mocking. She had lived all her life and never heard the woods this quiet. Cold settles over her. She doesn't know it's coming from the forest or from her own bones, giving up the last of their fight. Her eyes are still shut tight, and perhaps that is why she doesn't notice that the sun has slipped behind the village at her back. The dusk had given way to dark. Adeline keeps praying and doesn't notice at all. Wait, are we still on the same day, or is this now the next day? No, we're still on the same. 1714. I'm trying to keep track of where we are time-wise because they're just skipping ahead. Oh, okay. Okay, we're still France, July 1714. Okay, that's still the same day. All right. The sound. When it comes is a low rumble, deep and distant as thunder. Laughter, Adeline thinks, opening her eyes and noticing finally how the light has faded. She looks up but sees nothing. Hello? The laughter draws itself into a voice somewhere behind her. You need not kneel, it says. Let us see you on your feet. She scrambles up and turns, but she is met only by darkness, surrounded by it. Moonless night after the summer sun has fled. And Adeline knows then that she has made a mistake, that this is one of the gods she was warned against. Adeline! Adeline! Calls the voices from the town as faint and far away as the wind. She squints into the shadows between the trees, but there's no shape, no god to be found, only that voice, close as a breath against her cheek. Adeline, Adeline, it says mocking, they are calling for you. She turns again, finding nothing but deep shadow. Show yourself, she orders, her own voice sharp and brittle as a stick. Something brushes her shoulder, grazes her wrist, drapes itself around her like a lover. Adeline swallows. What are you? The shadow's touch withdraws. What am I? It asks, an edge of humor in that velvet tone. That depends on what you believe. The voice splits, doubles, rattling through tree limbs and sneaking over moss, folding over on itself until it is everywhere. So tell me, tell me, tell me, it echoes. Am I the devil, or the dark, dark, dark? Am I a monster, monster, or a god, god, god? Or... The shadows in the woods begin to pull together, drawn like storm clouds, but when they settle, the edges are no longer wisps of smoke, but hard lines, the shape of a man, made firm by the light of the village lanterns at his back. Or am I this? The voice spills from a perfect pair of lips, a shadow revealing emerald eyes that dance below black brows. Black hair that curls across his forehead, framing a face Adeline knows too well. One that she has conjured up 1,000 times in pencil and charcoal and dream. It is the stranger. Her stranger. 1 second. I gotta sip a bit on my tea. God, this book is so good. I really like it. Oh yeah, very sweet tea. Oh my god. I'm really enjoying this book. This is really good. She knows it is a trick, a shadow parading as a man, but the sight of him still robs her breath. The darkness looks down at his shape, seeing himself as if for the first time, and seems to approve. Ah, so the girl believes in something after all. Those green eyes lift. Well now, he says, you have called and I have come. Never pray to the gods that answer after dark. Adeline knows, she knows, but this is the only one who answered, the only one who could help. Are you prepared to pay? Pay. The price, the ring. Adeline drops to her knees, scours the ground until she finds the leather cord and frees her father's ring from the soil. She holds it out to the god, its pale wood now stained with dirt as he draws closer. He may look like flesh and blood, but he still moves like a shadow. A single step, and he's there. Filling her vision, holding one hand around the ring and resting the other on Adeline's cheek. His thumb brushes the freckle beneath her eye, the edge of her stars. My dear, says the darkness, taking the ring. I do not deal in trinkets. The wooden band crumbles in his hand and falls away, nothing more than smoke. A strangled sound escapes her lips. It hurt enough to lose the ring. Hurts more to see it wiped from the world like a smudge on skin. But if the ring is not enough, then what? Please, she says, I will do everything. The shadow's other hand still rests against her cheek. You assume I want anything, he says, lifting her chin. But I take only one coin. He leans closer still, green eyes impossibly bright, his voice soft as silk. The deals I make for souls. Adeline's heart lurches in her chest. In her mind, she sees her mother on her knees in church, speaking of God and heaven. Hears her father talking, telling stories of wishes and riddles. She thinks of Estelle, who believes in nothing but a tree over her bones. Who would say that a soul is nothing more than a seed returned to soil. Though she's the one who warned against the dark. Adeline, says the darkness, her name sliding like moss between his teeth. I am here. Now tell me why. She has waited so long to be met, to be answered, to be asked, that at first the words all fear her. I do not want to marry. She feels so small when she says it. Her whole life feels small. And she sees that judgment reflected in the god's gaze as if to say, is that all? And no, it is more than that. Of course it is more. I do not want to belong to someone else, she says with sudden vehemence. The words are a door flung wide, and now the rest pour out of her. I do not want to belong to anyone but myself. I want to be free, free to live and to find my own way, to love or to be alone. But at least it is my choice. And I am so tired of not having choices, so scared of the years rushing past beneath my feet. I do not want to die as I've lived, which is no life at all. The shadow cuts her off, impatient. What use is it to tell me what do you not want? His hands slide through her hair, comes to rest against the back of her neck, drawing her close. Tell me instead of what you want most. She looks up. I want a chance to live. I want to be free. She thinks of the years slipping by. Blink and half a life is gone. I want more time. He considers her. Those green eyes changing shade, now spring green, now summer leaf. How long? Her mind spins. 50 years? 100? Every number feels so too small. Ah, says the darkness, reading her silence. You do not know. Again, the green eyes shift, darken. You ask for time without limit. You want freedom without rule. You want to be untethered. You want to live exactly as you please. Yes, says Adeline, breathless with want, but the shadow's expression sours. His hand drops from her skin, and then he is no longer there, but leaning against a tree several strides away. I decline, he says. Adeline draws back as if struck. What? She has come this far, has given everything she has. She made her choice. She cannot go back to that world, that life, that present and past without a future. You cannot decline. One dark brow lifts, but there's no amusement in that face. I am not some genie bound to your whim. He pushes off the tree, nor am I some petty forest spirit, content with granting favors for mortal trinkets. I am stronger than your god and older than your devil. I am the darkness between stars and the roots beneath the earth. I am promise and potential. And when it comes to playing games, I divine the rules, I set the pieces, and I choose when to play. And tonight, I say no. Adeline? Adeline! Beyond the edge of the woods, the village lights are closer now. There are torches in the fields. They are coming for her. The shadow looks over his shoulder. Go home, Adeline. Back to your small life. Why? She pleads, grabbing his arm. Why do you refuse me? He brushes his hand along her cheek, the gesture soft and warm as hearth smoke. I am not in the business of charity. You ask for too much. How many years until you're sated? How many until I get my due? No. I make deals with endings and yours has none. She will come back to this moment 1,000 times, in frustration and regret and sorrow, and self-pity and unbridled rage. She will come to face the fact that she cursed herself before he ever did. But here and now all she can see is the flickering torchlight of Vion and the green eyes of the stranger she once dreamed of loving, and the chance to escape, slipping away with his touch. You want an ending? She says. And take my life when I am done with it. You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore. The shadow tips his head, suddenly intrigued. A smile crosses a smile, just like the smile in her drawings. Askance and full of secrets, crosses his mouth. And then he pulls her to him, a lover's embrace. He is smoke and skin, air and bone. And when his mouth presses against hers, the first thing she tastes is the turning of the seasons, the moment when dusk gives way to night. And then his kiss deepens, his teeth skim her bottom lip, and there's pain and the pleasure followed by the copper taste of blood on her tongue. Done, whispers the god against her lips, and then the world goes black and she is falling. What the fuck? This is so good. This is so good. What the fuck? I love it. Okay, we're still same year, same place. Okay. Adeline shivers. She looks down and sees that she is sitting on a bed of wet leaves. A second ago, she was falling for only a second, barely the length it takes to draw a breath. But time, it seems, had skipped ahead. Oh, it's still July 29th, 1714. Still in the same year, the same place. The stranger is gone, and so are the last dregs of light. The summer sky, where it shows through the canopied trees, is smooth to a velvet black, marked only by a low-hanging moon. It's getting interesting. It's really good. Adeline rises, studying her hands, looking past the dirt for some sign of transformation. but she feels unchanged. A little dizzy, perhaps, as if she's stood too quickly or drunk too much wine on an empty stomach. But after a moment, even that unsteadiness had passed, and she's left feeling as if the world had tipped, not fallen, leaned, and then rebalanced, settled back into the same old groove. Alright, I'm gonna sip a bit of my tea and take a little break while the ads are running. Oh, fuck it up. This tea is so fucking sweet. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. That's done. All right. I was just drinking my tea and taking a break as well, real quick. In the meantime, while the ads are running. You know, I mean, it's not you're not the only one that has ads. So there's other people here that have ads. She licks her lips, expecting to taste blood, but the mark left by the stranger's teeth is gone, swept away with every other trace of him. How does one know if his spell has worked? She asked for time, for life. Will she have to wait a year, or 3, or 5, to see if age leaves any mark? I'll take up a knife and cut into her skin, to see if and how it heals. But no. She had asked for life, not a life unscathed. And if Adeline is being honest, she is afraid to test it. Afraid to find her skin still too yielding. Afraid to learn that the Shadow's promise was a dream, or worse, a lie. But she knows one thing. Whether or not the deal was real, she will not heed the ringing church bells, will not marry Roger. She will defy her family. She will leave beyond if she must. She knows she will do whatever it takes now, because she was willing in the dark. And one way or another, from this moment forward, her life will be her own. The thought is thrilling, terrifying, but thrilling, as she leaves the forest. She is halfway across the field before she realizes how quiet the village is, how dark. The festive lanterns have been put out, the bells have stopped ringing. There are no voices calling her name. Adeline makes her way home, the dull dread growing a little sharper with every step. By the time she gets there, her mind is buzzing with worry. The front door hangs open, spilling light onto the path. And she can hear her mother humming in the kitchen, her father chopping wood beside the side of the house. A normal night, made wrong by the fact that it was not meant to be a normal night. Maman, she says, stepping inside. A plate shatters to the floor and her mother yelps, not in pain but surprise, her face contorted. What are you doing here? She demands. And here's the anger Addie expected. Here's the dismay. I'm sorry, she starts. I know you must be mad, but I couldn't. Who are you? The words are his. She realizes then that fearsome look on her mother's face is not of anger of a mother scorned, but that of a woman scared. Maman. Her mother cringes away from the very word. Get out of my house! But Adeline crosses the room, grabs her by the shoulders. Don't be absurd! It's me, She's about to say Adeline. Indeed she tries. 3 syllables should be not that such a mountain to climb. But she is breathless by the end of the first, unable to manage the second. The air turns to stone inside her throat, and she is left stifled, silent. She tries again, this time attempting Addie. Then at least her family name Larue. But it is no use. The words meet an impasse between her mind and tongue. And yet, the second she draws breath to say another word, any other word, if it is there, lungs filled and throat loose. Let go, pleads her mother. What's this? Demands a voice low and deep. The voice that soothed Adeline on sick nights, that told her stories as she sat on the floor of his shop. Her father stands in the doorway, his arm full of wood. Papa, she says, and draws back, as if the word were sharp. The woman is mad, sobs her mother. Accursed! I am your daughter, she says again. Her father grimaces. We have no child. Those words, a duller knife, a deeper cut. No, says Adeline, shaking her head at the absurdity. She is 23 and lived every day and every night beneath this roof. You know me. How can they not? The resemblance between them has always been so keen. Her father's eyes, her mother's chin, one's brow and the other's lips, each piece clearly copied from its source. They see it too, they must. But to them, it is only proof of devilry. Her mother crosses herself, and her father's hand closes around her. And she wants to sink into the strength of his embrace. But there's no warmth. There's not warmth in it as he drags her out the door. No, she begs. Her mother is crying now, one hand over the mouth and the other clutching the wooden cross around her neck as she calls her own daughter a demon, a monster, a dementing thing, and her father says nothing, only grips her arm tighter as he pulls her from the house. Be gone, he says, the words half pleading. Sadness sweeps across his face, but not the kind that comes with knowing. No. It is the sadness reserved for lost things. A storm-torn tree, a horse made lame, a carving split one stroke before it's done. Please, she begs. Papa! His face hardens as he forces her out into the dark and slams the door. The bolt scrapes home. Adeline stumbles back, shaking with shock and horror, and she turns and runs. Estelle! The name begins as a prayer, soft and private, and grows to a shout as Adeline nears the woman's cottage. Estelle! A lamp is lit within, and by the time she reaches the edge of the light, the old woman stands in the open doorway, waiting for her caller. Are you a stranger or a spirit? Estelle asks warily. I am neither, says Adeline, though she knows how she must look. Her dress tattered, her hair wild, streaming words like witchcraft on the step. I am flesh and blood and human, and I have known you all my life. You make charms in the shape of children to keep them all well in winter. You think peaches are the sweetest fruit, and that church walls are too thick for prayers to get through. And you want to be buried not beneath the stone, but in a patch of shade under a large tree. Something flashes across the old woman's face, and Adeline holds her breath, hoping it is recognition. But it is too brief. You are a clever spirit, said Estelle, but you will not cross this hearth. I am not a spirit, shouts Adeline, storming into the light of the old woman's door. You taught me about the old gods and all the ways to summon them, but I made a mistake. They wouldn't answer, and the sun was going down so fast. She wraps her arms tight around her ribs, unable to stop shaking. I prayed too late, and something answered, and now everything is wrong. Foolish girl, chides Estelle, sounding like herself, sounding as if she knows her. What do I do? How do I fix it? The old woman only shakes her head. The darkness plays its own games, she says. It makes its own rules, she says. And you have lost. And with that, Estelle draws back into her house. Wait, calls Adeline as the old woman shuts the door. The bolt drives home. Adeline hurls herself against the wood, sobbing until her legs give way and she sinks to her knees on the cold stone step, one fist still pounding against the wood. And then suddenly, the bolt draws back. The door swings open and Estelle stands over there. What is this? She asks, surveying the girl folded on her steps. The old woman looks at her as if they've never met, the moments before erased by an instant and a closed door. Her wrinkled gaze flicks over the stained wedding dress, the wild hair, the dirt under her nails, and there's no knowing in her face, only a guarded curiosity. Are you a spirit? Or a stranger? Adeline squeezes her eyes shut. What is happening? Her name is still a rock lodged deep, and when she was a spirit, she was banished, so she swallows hard and answers, a stranger. Tears again begin to slide down Adeline's face. Please, she manages. I have nowhere to go. The old woman looks at her for a long moment and then nods. Wait here, she says, slipping back into the house. And Adeline will never know what Estelle was going to do then, because the door swings shut and stays shut. And she is left kneeling on the ground, trembling more from shock than cold. She doesn't know how long she sits there, but her legs are stiff when she forces them to bear her weight. She rises and walks past the old woman's house to the line of trees beyond, past their sentinel's edge into the crowded park. Show yourself, she calls out, but there's only the ruffle of feathers, the crackle of leaves, the ripple of a forest disturbed in sleep. She conjures his face, those green eyes, those black curls, tries to will the darkness into shape again. But moments pass and she is still alone. I do not want to belong to anyone. Adeline walks deeper into the forest. This is a wilder stretch of wood. The floor a nest of bramble and bush. It claws at her bare legs, but she doesn't stop, not until the trees have closed around her, their branches blotting out the moon overhead. I call on you, she screams. I'm not some genie bound to your whim. A low limb, half buried by the forest floor, rises just enough to catch her feet. And she goes down hard, knees hitting ragged earth and hands tearing through weedy soil. Please, I will give anything. The tears come then, sudden and heaving. Fool, fool, fool! She pounds her fists against the ground. This is a vile trick, she thinks, a horrid dream, but it will pass. That is the nature of dreams, they do not last. Wake up, she whispers into the dark. Wake up. Adeline curls into the forest floor, closes her eyes and sees her mother's tear-stained cheeks, her father's hollow sadness, Estelle's weary gaze. She sees the darkness smiling, hears his voice as he whispers that single, binding word. Done. What the fuck? Alright, now we're jumping back from France 1714 back to New York March 10th, 2014. A frisbee lands in the grass nearby. Addie hears the rumble of running feet and opens her eyes in time to see a giant black nose rushing at her face before the dog covers her in wet kisses. She laughs and sits up, runs her fingers through thick fur, catching the dog by his collar before he can get a hold of the paper bag with the second muffin. Hello, you, she says, as across the park someone calls out an apology. She flings the frisbee back in the direction and the dog is off again. Addie shivers, suddenly wide awake and cold. That's the trouble with March. The warmth never lasts. There's that narrow stretch when it parades the spring, just enough for you to thaw if you're sitting in the sun, but then it's gone. The sun has moved on, the shadows are swept in. Addie shivers again and pushes up from the grass, brushing off her leggings. She should have stolen warmer pants. Shoving the paper bag in her pocket, Addie tucks Fred's book under her arm and abandons the park, heading east down Union and up toward the waterfront. Halfway there, she stops at the sound of a violin, the notes picked out like a ripened fruit. On the sidewalk, a woman perches on a stool, the instrument tucked beneath her chin. The melody is sweet and slow, drawing Addie back to Marseille, to Budapest, to Dublin. A handful of people gather to listen, and then the song ends. The sidewalk fills with soft applause and passing bodies. Addie digs the last change out of her pocket and drops it into the open case and carries on, lighter and fuller. When she reaches the theater in Cobble Hill, she checks the posted timetable and then pushes open the door, quickening her pace as she crosses the crowded lobby. Hey, Addie says, flagging down a teen boy with a broom. I think I left my purse in Theater 3. Lying is easy so long as you choose the right words. He waves her on without looking up, and she ducks beneath the velvet ticket taker's rope and into the darkened hall, the urgency falling away with every step. Muted thunder rolls beneath the doors of an action film. Music seeps into the hall from a romantic comedy. The highs and lows of voices and scores. She ambles down the corridor, studying the coming soon posters and the ticker tapes announcing the showing above each door. She's seen them all a dozen times, but she doesn't care. The credits must be rolling on number 5 because the doors swing open and a stream of people spill out into the corridor. Addie ducks past them into the emptying room and finds an overturned bucket of popcorn in the second row, golden pebbles littering the sticky floor. She scoops it up and marches back to the lobby and the concession stand, waits in line behind a trio of preteen girls before reaching the counter and the boy behind it. She runs a hand through her hair, mussing it slightly, and blows out her breath. I'm sorry, she says. Some little boy kicked over my popcorn. She shakes her head, and so does he, a mimic echoing her exasperation. Is there any way you could charge me the refill cost instead of... She's already reaching into her pocket, as if to pull out a wallet, but the boy takes the bucket. Don't worry about it, he says, glancing around. I've got you. Addie beams. You're a star, she says, meeting his eyes, and the boy blushes fiercely and stammers that it's really no problem. No problem at all. Even as he scans the lobby for a superior. He dumps out the rest of the spilled popcorn and fills it fresh, passing it like a secret back across the counter. Enjoy your show! Of all the inventions Addie has seen ushered into the world, steam-powered trains, electric lights, photography and phones and airplanes and computers, movies might just be her favorite one. Books are wonderful, portable, lasting, but sitting there in a darkened theater, the white screen filling her vision, the world falls away, and for a few short hours, she is someone else, plunged into romance and intrigue and comedy and adventure, all of it complete with 4K picture and stereo sound. A quiet heaviness fills her chest when the credits roll. For a while she was weightless, but now she returns to herself, sinking until her feet are back on the ground. By the time Addie gets out of the theater, it is almost 6, and the sun is going down. She winds her way back through the tree-lined streets, past the park, the market now shuttered and the stalls already gone, and toward the rusted green table on the other edge. Fred is still sitting there in his chair, reading M. The pattern of spines on the table has shifted a little, an empty space where a book has sold, a new rise where another has been added. The light is getting low, and soon he'll have to go in, pack up the boxes and carry them one by one back into the house and up 2 floors to his 1 bedroom. Addie has offered many times to help, but Fred insists on doing it himself. Another echo of Estelle, stubborn as stale bread. Addie crouches down beside the table and rises with the borrowed book in hand, as if it had simply fallen off the end. She sets it back, careful not to upset the stack, and Fred must be at a good spot in the story because he grunts without ever looking up at her, or the book, or the paper bag she sets on she sets on top, the one with the chocolate chip muffin inside. It's the only kind he likes. Candace always gave him hell for his sweet tooth, he told Eddie one morning. Said it wouldn't kill him, but life's a bitch with a crooked sense of humor. She's gone, and he's still eating shit. His words, not hers. The temperature is falling, and Addie tucks her hands in her pockets and wishes Fred a good night before continuing down the block. Her back to the low sun and her shadow long ahead. It's dark by the time Addie gets to the alleyway, one of these places that seem to relish its status as a dive bar, a reputation tarnished by the fact it's become a favorite among headliners who want that Brooklyn feel. A handful of people mill around on the curb, smoking, chatting, waiting for friends, and Addie lingers among them a moment. She bums a cigarette just to have something to do, resting the easy draw of the door for as long as she can. That tipping sense of the familiar déjà vu. She knows this road, knows where it leads. Inside, the alleyway is shaped like a bottle of whiskey. The narrow stem of the entry, the dark wooden bar widening to a room of tables and chairs. She takes a seat at the counter. The man on her left buys her a drink, and she lets him. Let me guess, said the man. A rosé? And she thinks of ordering whiskey just to see the surprise on his face. But that was never her drink. She always has gone for sweet. Champagne! He orders, and they make small talk until he gets a call and steps away, promising to be right back. She knows he won't. is grateful for it as she sips her drink and waits for Toby to go on stage. He takes a seat, one knee up to steady his guitar, and flashes that bashful smile, almost apologetic. He hasn't learned yet how to take up space, but she's sure he will. He looks out at the small crowd before he starts to play, and Addie closes her eyes and lets herself vanish into the music. He plays a few covers, one of his own folk tunes, and then this. The first chords float through the alleyway, and Addie is back in his place. She is sitting at the piano, coaxing out notes, and he is there beside her, fingers folded over hers. It is coming together now, words wrapped over melody. It is becoming his. It is like a tree taking root. He will remember, on his own. Not her, of course, not her, but this, their song. It ends. The music replaced by applause, and Toby sidles up to the bar, orders a Jack and Coke because they give it to him for free, and somewhere between the first sip and the third he sees her and smiles, and for an instant Addie thinks, hopes even now that he remembers something because he looks at her as if he knows her, but the truth is simply that he wants to. Attraction can look an awful lot like recognition in the wrong sight. Sorry, Toby says, ducking the way it does whenever he's embarrassed, the way it did that morning when he found her in his living room. Someone brushes Addie's shoulder as they reach past her for the bar door. She blinks, and the dream falls away. She has not gone in. She is still standing on the street, the cigarette burned away to nothing between her fingers. A man holds open the door. You coming in? Addie shakes her head and forces herself to step back, away from the door and the bar. And the boy about to take the stage. Not tonight, she says. The ice isn't worth the fall. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna bring back the mug, the tea mug. All right, I'm back. How do you guys feel about this book so far, though? I am very much enjoying it. Very easy to read, flows very well. especially compared to Good Omens last week. I really like this. Poor Addie. So it's a really good book so far. I really like it. Okay. All right. Let's continue, shall we? Okay, we're still in New York, March 10th, 2014. Night settles over Addie as she crosses the Brooklyn Bridge. The promise of spring has retreated like a tide, replaced again by a damp winter chill. And she pulls her jacket close, breath fogging as she starts the long stretch up the length of Manhattan. It would be easy enough to take the subway, but Addie has never liked being underground, where the air is close and stale, the tunnels too much like tombs, being trapped, buried alive. These are the things that scare you when you cannot die. Besides, she doesn't mind walking, knows the strength of her own limbs, relishes the kind of tired she used to dread. Still, it's late, and her cheeks are numb, her legs weary, by the time she reaches the Baxter on 56th. Baxter on 56th. A man in a grim tray coat holds the door, and her skin tingles at the sudden flush of central heat as she steps into the Baxter's marble lobby. She's already dreaming of a hot shower and a soft bed, already moving toward the open elevator, when a man behind the desk rises from his seat. "Good evening," he says. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to see James," she says without slowing. 23rd floor. The man frowns. "He isn't in." "Even better," she says, stepping into the elevator. "Ma'am," he calls, starting after her. "You can't just..." But the door's already closing. He knows he will not make it, so already turning back toward the desk, reaching for the phone to call security. But that's the last thing she sees before the doors slide shut between them. Perhaps he will get to the phone. Perhaps he will get the phone to his ear, even begin to dial before the thought slips from his mind. And then he will look down at the receiver in his hand and wonder what was he thinking, apologize profusely to the voice on the line before sinking back into his seat. The apartment belongs to James St. Clair. They had met at a coffee shop downtown a couple months ago. The seats were all taken when he came over. Wisps of blonde escaping the hem of a winter hat, glasses fogging from the cold. That day, Addie was Rebecca. And before he'd even introduced himself, James had asked if he could share her table. Saw that she was reading Colette's Chérie, and managed a few lines of broken, blushing French. He sat, and soon easy smiles gave way to easy conversation. Funny how some people take an age to warm, and others simply walk into every room as if it's like home. James was like that, instantly likable. When he asked, she said that she was a poet. An easy lie, as no one ever would ask for proof. And he told her he was between jobs, and she nursed her coffee for as long as she could. But eventually, her cup was empty. And so was his. And new customers were circling, buzzard-like, in search of chairs. When he began to rise, she'd felt that old familiar sadness. So far, very intriguing. It's so good. And then James asked if she liked ice cream. And even though it was January, the ground outside slicked with ice and paving salt, Addie said she did. And this time, when they stood together. Now she types the 6-digit code into the keypad on his door and steps inside. The lights come on, revealing pale wood floors and clean marble counters, lush curtains and furniture that still looks unused. A high-backed chair, a cream sofa, a table neatly stacked with books. She unzips her boots, steps out of them beside the door, and pats barefoot throughout the apartment, tossing her jacket over the arm of a chair. In the kitchen, she pours herself a glass of Merlot, finds a block of Gruyere in a fridge drawer, and a box of gourmet crackers in the cupboard, carries her makeshift picnic into the living room, the city unfolding beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Addie sifts through his records, puts on a pressing of Billie Holiday, and retreats to the cream sofa, knees tucked up beneath her as she eats. She would love a place like this, a place of her own, a bed molded to her body, a wardrobe full of clothes, a home decorated with markers of the life she's lived. The material evidence of memory. She cannot seem to hold on to anything for long. It is not as though she hasn't tried. Over the years, she's collected books, hoarded art, hidden fine dresses away in chests and locked them there, but no matter what she does, things always go missing. They vanish one by one, or all at once, stolen by some strange circumstance or simply time. Only in New Orleans does she have a home. And even that was not hers, but theirs. And it's gone. The only thing she cannot seem to get rid of herself is the ring. There was a time when she couldn't bear to part with it again. A time when she mourned its loss. A time when her heart soared to hold it. So many decades later. Now, she cannot stand the sight of it. It is an unwelcome weight in her pocket, an unwanted reminder of another loss. And every time her fingers skim the wood, she feels the darkness kissing her knuckle as he slides the band back on. See, now we're even. Addie shudders, upsetting her glass, and drops of red wine splash over the rim, landing like blood on the cream sofa. She does not curse, does not spring to her feet to fetch club soda and a towel. She simply watches as the stain soaks in and through and disappears, as if it was never there. As if she was never there. Addie rises and goes to run herself a bath, soaks away the city grime with scented oil, scrubs herself clean with $100 soap. When everything slips through your fingers, you learn to savor the feel of nice things against your palm. She settles back into the tub and sighs, breathing in a mist of lavender and mint. They went for ice cream that day, she and James, ate it inside the shop, heads bowed together as they stole toppings from each other's cups. His hat sat discarded on the table, his blonde curls on full display. And he was striking, yes. But it still took her a while to notice the looks. Addie was used to passing glances. Her features are sharp but feminine, her eyes bright above the constellation of freckles on her cheeks. Kind of timeless beauty, she's been told. But this was different. Heads were turning, gazes lingered, and when she wondered why, he looked at her with such cheerful surprise and confessed that he was in fact an actor in a show that was currently quite popular. Okay, we have another ad break, so damn. Time flies by when you're having fun. See what we kind of have here, I guess. Ooh, good one. Okay. All right. There. Oh. He blushed when he said it, looked away, then back to study her face, as if braced for some fundamental change. But Addie has never seen his work, and even if she had, she is not one to blush at fame. She has lived too long and known too many artists, and even still, or perhaps more than to the point, Addie prefers the ones who aren't yet finished, the ones still looking for their shape. And so Addie and James carried on. She teased him about his loafers, his sweater, his wire-frame glasses. She told her he was born in the wrong decade. She told him she was born in the wrong century. He laughed, and she didn't. There was something old-fashioned in his manner. Only 26, but when he talked, he had the easy cadence, the slow precision of a man who knew the weight of his own voice, belonged to the class of young men who dressed like their fathers, the charade of those too eager to grow old. Hollywood had seen it too. He kept getting cast in period pieces. I've got a face for sepia, he joked. Addie smiled. Better than a face for radio. That was a lovely face, but there was something wrong. The too steady smile of a man with a secret. They made it through the ice cream before he came undone. That easy joy of his flickered and went out. And he dropped the plastic spoon down into the cup and closed his eyes and said, I'm sorry. What for? She asked. And he flung himself back in the seat and ran his fingers through his hair. To the strangers on the street, it might have looked like such a careless gesture, a feline stretch. But she could see the anguish in his face as he said it. You are so beautiful and kind and fun. But, she pressed, sensing the turn, I'm gay. The word like a hitch in his throat, as he explained that there was so much pressure, that he hated the gaze of the media and all its demands, that people were beginning to whisper, to wonder, and he wasn't ready for them to know. Addie realized then that they were on a stage, propped before the plate glass windows of the ice cream shop for everyone to see, and James was still apologizing, saying that he shouldn't have flirted, shouldn't have used her in this way. But she wasn't really listening. His blue eyes went somewhat glassy as he spoke, and she wondered if this was what he called on when the script ordered tears. If this was the place he went. Addie has secrets too, of course, but she cannot help but keep them. Still, she knows what it's like to have a truth erased. I understand, he was saying, if you want to go. But Addie didn't stand up, didn't reach for her coat. She simply leaned in and stole a blueberry from the edge of his bowl. I don't know about you, she said lightly, but I'm having a lovely day. James let out a shaky breath, blinking away tears, and smiled. So am I, he said, and things were better that way. It is so much easier to share a secret than to keep one. And when they stepped outside again, hand in hand, they were conspirators, made giddy by the private knowledge. She was not worried about being noticed, being seen, knew that if there were photos, they would never turn out. There were photos, but her face was always conveniently in motion or obscured only, and she remained a mystery girl in the tabloids for the next week, until the headlines inevitably moved on to juicier fare. They had come back here, to his apartment at the Baxter, for a drink. His tables were covered in a flurry of books and papers, all relating to the Second World War. He was preparing for a role, he told her, reading every first-hand account he could find. He showed them to her, these printed reproductions, and Addie said that she'd been fascinated by the war, that she knew a few stories, told them as if they were someone else's, a stranger's experience instead of her own. James listened, folded into the corner of the cream sofa, his eyes pressed shut, and a glass of whiskey balanced on his chest as she spoke. They fell asleep side by side in a king-sized bed, in the shadow of each other's warmth. And the next morning, Addie woke before dawn and slipped away, sparing them both the discomfort of a goodbye. She has the sense that they would have been friends if he'd remembered. She tries not to think about that. She swears sometimes her memory runs forward as well as back, unspooling to show the roads she'll never get to travel. But that way lies madness. And she has learned not to follow. Now she's back here, but he's not. Addie wraps herself in one of James's plush terry robes and throws open the French doors, stepping out onto the bedroom balcony. The wind is up, the cold stinging the soles of her bare feet. The city sprawls around her like a low night sky, full of artificial stars, and she shoves her hands into the pockets of the robe and feels it, resting on the bottom of the empty fold. A small circle of smooth wood. She sighs, closes her hand around the ring, and draws it out, leans her elbows on the balcony and forces herself to look at the band in her open palm, to study it, as if she was not already memorized every warp and whorl. She traces the curve with her free hand, resists the urge to slip the band onto her finger. She has thought of it, of course, in darker moments, tired moments. She will not be the one to break it. And she will not be the one to break. She tips her hand and lets the ring fall over the edge of the balcony, down into the dark. Back inside, Addie pours herself another glass of wine and climbs into the magnificent bed, folds herself beneath the down duvet and between the Egyptian sheets, and wishes she'd gone into the alleyway, wishes that she'd sat at the bar and waited for Toby, with his messy curls and shy smile. Toby, who smells of honey and plays bodies like instruments and takes up so much space in bed. I think we can do a little bit more. Yeah. So now we're jumping back to Vion-sur-Sarthe in France. Now it's July 30th, no longer July 29th last time, 1714. A hand shakes Adeline awake. For a moment she's out of place, out of time. Sleep clings to her edges, and with it, the dream. It must have been a dream, of prayers made to silent gods, of deals made in the dark, of being forgotten. Her imagination has always been a vivid thing. Wake up, says a voice, one she has known all her life. The hand again, firm on her shoulder, and she blinks away the last sleep of to find the wooden planks of a barn ceiling, straw prickling her skin, and Isabel kneeling beside her, blonde hair braided into a crown, brows drawn tight with worry. Her face has waned a little with every child, each birth stealing a little more of her life. Get up, you fool. This is what Isabel should say, the chiding softened by the kindness in her voice. But her lips are pursed with worry, her forehead furrowed with concern. She was always frowned like that, fully, with her whole face. And when Adeline reaches out to press one thumb into the space between the other girl's brows, to smooth away the worry, the way she has 1,000 times before, Isabel draws back, away from the touch of a stranger. Not a dream then. Mathieu! Isabel calls over her shoulder, and Adeline sees her oldest son in the barn's opening doorway, clutching a pail. Go and get a blanket! The boy vanishes into the sun. Who are you? Asks Isabel, and Adeline starts to answer, forgetting that the name won't come. It lodges in her throat. What happened to you? Presses Isabel. Are you lost? Adeline nods. Where did you come from? Here. Isabel's frown deepened. Vion? But that's not possible. We would have met. I've lived here all my life. So have I, she murmurs. And Isabel must see the truth as a delusion because she shakes her head as if clearing away a thought. That boy, she mutters. Where has he gone? She turns her gaze fully back to Adeline. Can you stand? Arm in arm, they walk into the yard. Adeline is filthy, but Isabel doesn't let go. And her throat tightens at the simple kindness, the warmth of the other girl's touch. Isabel treats her like a wild thing, her soft voice, her motions slow as she leads Adeline to the house. Are you hurt? Yes, she thinks, but she knows Isabel is speaking of scrapes and cuts and simple wounds, and of those she is less certain. She looks down at herself. In the darkness the worst was hidden. In the light of morning it's on display. Adeline's dressed, spoiled, her hair, her slippers ruined, her skin painted with the forest floor. She felt the scratch and tear of brambles in the woods last night, but she can find no angry welts, no cuts, no signs of blood. No, she says softly as they step inside the house. There's no sign of Mathieu or Henri, their second child. Just a baby, Sarah, sleeping in a basket by the hearth. Isabel sits Adeline in a chair across from the infant and sets a pot of water over the fire. You're being so kind, Adeline whispers. I was a stranger and you welcomed me, says Isabel. It is a Bible verse. She brings a basin to the table along with a cloth, kneeling at Adeline's feet, She coaxes the dirty slippers off, sets them by the hearth, and takes Adeline's hands and begins to clean the forest floor from her fingers, the soil from beneath her nails. As she works, Isabel peppers her with questions, and Adeline tries to answer. She really does, but her name is still a shape she cannot say. When she speaks of her life in the village, of the shadow in the woods, of the deal she made and the words make it across her lips, but stop before they reach the other girl's ears. Isabel's face goes blank, her gaze flat. When Adeline finally trails off, she gives her head a quick shake, as if throwing off a daydream. Sorry, says her oldest friend, with an apologetic smile. What were you saying? She will learn in time that she can lie, but the words will flow like wine, easily poured, easily swallowed, but the truth will always stop at the end of her tongue. Her story silenced for all but herself. A mug is pressed into Adeline's hands as the infant begins to fuzz. It's an hour ride to the nearest village, Isabel says, lifting the swaddled child. Did you walk all this way? You must have. She's speaking to Adeline, of course, but her voice is soft, sweet, her attention to Sarah, breathing in the soft down of the baby's hair. And Adeline must admit, her friend was seemingly made to be a mother, too content to even notice the attention. What will we do with you? She coos. Footsteps sound on the path outside, heavy and booted, and Isabel straightens a little, patting the infant's back. Straightens a little and patting the infant's back. That'll be my husband, George. Adeline knows George well, had kissed him once when they were 6, back when kisses were traded like pieces in a game. But now her heart flutters with panic and she is already on her feet, the cup clattering on to the table. It is not George she fears. It is the doorway and what happens when Isabel is on the other side. She catches Isabel's arm, her grip sudden and tight, and for the first time, fear flits across the other woman's face. But then she steadies and pats Adeline's hand. Don't worry, she says. I'll talk to him. It will all be well. And before Adeline can refuse, the infant is pressed into her arms, and Isabel is out of reach. Wait, please! Fear beats inside her chest, but Isabel is gone. The door stays open, voices rising and falling in the yard beyond. The words themselves reduced to wind song. The infant murmurs in her arms, and she sways a little, trying to soothe the child and herself. The baby quiets, and she's just returning her to the basket when she hears a short gasp. Get away from her! It is Isabel, her voice high and tight with panic. Who let you in? All the Christian kindness erased in an instant by a mother's fear. You did, says Adeline, and she was to fight the urge to laugh. There's no humor in the moment, only madness. Isabel stares in horror. You're lying, she says, surging forward, halted only by her husband's hand upon her shoulder. He has seen Adeline too, mocked her off as a different kind of wild thing, a wolf inside their house. I meant no harm, she says. Then go, orders George. What else can she do? She abandons the baby, leaves behind the mug of broth, the basin on the table, and her oldest friend. She hurries out into the yard and glances back, sees Isabel press her daughter to her chest before George blocks the doorway, axe in hand as if she is a tree to fell, a shadow set upon their house. And then he too is gone, and the door is shut and bolted. Adeline stands on the path, uncertain what to do, where to go. There are grooves in her mind, worn, smooth, and deep. Her legs have carried her to and from this place too many times. Her body knows the way. Go down this road, take a left, and there's her own house, which is not her home anymore, even though her feet are already moving toward it. Her feet. Adeline shakes her head. She left her slippers by Isabel's hearth to dry. A pair of George's boots lean against the wall beside the door, and she takes them and begins to walk. Not to the house she grew up in, but back of the river where her prayers began. The day is already warm, the air edged with heat as she drops the boots onto the bank and steps out into the shallow stream. Her breath catches the cold as the river laps around her calves, kissing the backs of her knees. She looks down, seeking out her warped reflection, and half expects not to find it there. To see only the sky behind her head. But she's still there, distorted by the stream. Hair once braided, now wild, sharp wide eyes, 7 freckles like flecks of paint across her skin. A face drawn in fear and anger. Why didn't you answer? She hisses to the sunlight and the stream, but the river only laughs in its soft, slippery way, the burble of water over stone. She wrestles with the laces of her wedding dress, peels the soiled thing away, plunges it down into the water. The current drags at the fabric, and her fingers long to let go. To let the river claim this last vestige of her life. But she was too little now to give up more. Adeline plunges herself in, freeing the last flowers from her hair, rinsing the woods from her skin. She comes up feeling cold and brittle and new. The sun is high, the day hot, and she lays the dress out in the grass to dry, sinks into the slope beside it in her shift. They sit side by side in silence, one a ghost of the other, and she realizes, looking down, that this is all she has: a dress, a slip, a pair of stolen boots. Restless, she takes up a stick and begins to draw absent patterns in the silt along the bank. But every stroke she makes dissolves, the change too quick to be the river's doing. She draws a line, watches it begin to wash away before she even finishes the mark. Tries to write her name, but her hand stills, pinned under the same rock that held her tongue. She carves a deeper line, gouges out the sand, but it makes no difference. Soon, that groove is gone too, and an angry sob escapes her throat as she casts the stick away. Tears prick her eyes as she hears the shuffle of small feet. Blinks to find a round-faced boy standing over her. Isabel's 4-year-old son. Addie used to swing him in her arms, spin until they both were dizzy and laughing. "Hello," says the boy. "Hello," she says, her voice still shaky. "Henri," calls the boy's mother, and in a moment, Isabella's there, on the rise, a basket of washing in her on her hip. She sees Adeline sitting in the grass, holds out a hand, not for her friend, but for her son. "Come here," she orders, those blue eyes lingering on Adeline. "Who are you?" asks Isabel, and she feels as if she's at the edge of a steep hill, still the ground plunging away beneath her feet, her balance tipping forward as the dreaded descent begins again. "Are you lost?" Déjà vu, déjà su, déjà vécu. Already seen, already known, already lived. They have been there before, walked this road, or something like that. And so Adeline now knows where to put her feet, knows what to say, which words will draw out kindness, knows that if she asks in the right way, Isabel will take her home and wrap a blanket around her shoulders and offer her a cup of broth, and it will work until it doesn't. No, she says. I'm just passing through. It is the wrong thing to say, and Isabel's expression hardens. It's not fitting for a woman to travel alone, and certainly not in such a state. I know, she says. I had more, but I was robbed. Isabel blanches. By who? A stranger in the woods, she says, and it's not a lie. Are you hurt? Oh, 1 second. I gotta readjust to my chair. All right. Yes, she thinks, grievously. But she forces herself to shake her head and answer, I will live. She has no choice. The other woman sets the washing down. Wait here, says Isabel. The kind and generous Isabel again. I will come right back. She swings her young son up in her arms and turns back toward her house. In the moment she's out of sight, Adeline gathers her dress, still damp at the hem, and pulls it on. Isabel will, of course, forget again. She got halfway to her house before she slows and wonders why she started back with without her clothes. She'll blame her tired mind, addled from 3 children, the infant's distemper, and return to the river. And this time, there will be no woman sitting on the banks, no dress spread in the sun, only a stick, abandoned in the grass, a canvas of silt laid smooth. Adeline had drawn her family house 100 times, memorized the angle of the roof, the texture of the door, the shadow of her father's workshop, and the limbs of the old yew tree that sits like a sentinel at the edge of the yard. This is where she's standing now, tucked behind the trunk, watching Maxime graze beside the barn, watching her mother hang linens out to dry, watching her father whittle down a block of wood. And as Adeline watches, she realizes she cannot stay, or rather she could find a way to skip from from house to house, like stones skating across the river. But she will not, because when she thinks of it, she feels neither like the river nor the stone, but like a hand as it tires of throwing. There's Estelle closing her door. There's Isabel, one moment kind, the next filled with horror. Later, much later, Addie will make a game of these cycles. We'll see how long she can step from perch to perch before she falls. But right now, the pain is too fresh, too sharp, and she cannot fathom going through those motions, cannot weather the weary look on her father's face, the rebuke in Estelle's eyes. Adeline Larue cannot be a stranger here. To these people, she has always known. Cannot be a stranger here to these people she has always known. It hurts too much watching them forget her. Her mother slips back inside the house, and Adeline abandons the shelter of the tree and starts across the yard. Not for the front door, but for her father's shop. There's a single shuttered window, an unlit lamp, the only light, a stripe of sun spilling through the open door. That is enough to see by. She knows the contours of this place by heart. The air smells like sap. earthy and sweet. The floor is covered in shavings and dust, and every surface holds the bounty of her father's work. A wooden horse, molded from Maxime, of course, but there's no bigger than no bigger than a cat. A set of bowls, decorated only by the rings of the trunk from which they were cut. A collection of palm-sized birds, their wings spread or folded or stretched mid-flight. Adeline learned to sketch the world in charcoal and pressed lead, but her father has always created with a knife, whittled the shapes out of nothing, giving them breadth and depth and life. She reaches out now and runs her finger down the horse's nose, the way she has 100 times before. What is she doing here? Adeline does not know. Saying goodbye, perhaps, to her father, her favorite person in this world. This is how she would remember him. Not by the sad unknowing in his eyes or the grim set of his jaw as he led her to church, by the things he loved, by the way he showed her how to hold a stick of charcoal, coaxing shapes and shades with the weight of her hand. The songs and stories, the sights from the 5 summers she went with him to market, when Adeline was old enough to travel, but not old enough to cause a stir. But a careful gift of a wooden ring made for his first and only daughter when she was born, the one she then offered to the dark. Even now, her hand drifts to her throat to thumb the leather cord, and sometimes deep inside her cringes. And something deep inside her cringes when she remembers it is gone forever. Scraps of parchment scatter the table, covered in drawings and dimensions, the markings of past and future work. A pencil sits on the edge of the desk, and Adeline finds herself reaching for it, even as a dread echo sounds inside her chest. She brings it to the page and begins to write, "Cher Papa." But as the pencil scratches across the paper, the letters fade in its wake. By the time Adeline has finished those 2 unsteady words, they are gone. And when she slams her hand down on the table, she upsets a tiny pot of varnish, spilling the precious oil into her father's notes, the wood beneath. She scrambles to collect the papers, staining her hands and knocking over one of the little wooden birds. But there's no need for panic. The varnish is already soaking through, sinking in and down like a rock in a river until it's gone. It is such a strange thing to make sense of this moment, to count what has and hasn't been lost. The varnish is gone, but not back into the pot, which lies empty on its side, the contents lost. The parchment lies unmarked, untouched, as is the table beneath. Only her hands are stained, the oil tracing the whorls of her fingers, the lines of her palms. She is still staring at them when she steps back and hears the terrible snap of wood splitting beneath her heel. It is a little wooden bird, one of its wings splintered on the packed earth floor. Adeline winces in sympathy. It was her favorite of the flock, frozen in a moment of upward motion, the first rise of flight. She crouches to gather it up, but by the time she straightens, the splinters on the ground are gone, and in her hand the little wooden bird is whole again. She nearly drops it in surprise. Doesn't know why this is the thing that seems impossible. She has been made a stranger, has seen herself slide from the minds of those she'd known and loved like the sun behind her cloud, has watched every mark she tries to make as it's undone, erased. But the bird is different. Perhaps because she can hold it in her hands, perhaps because for an instant it seems a blessing, this undoing of an accident, a righting of a wrong, and not simply an extension of her own erasure. the inability to leave a mark. But Adeline doesn't think of it that way. Not yet. Has not spent months turning the curse over in her hands, memorizing its shape, studying the smooth surfaces in search of cracks. In this moment, she simply clutches the small, unbroken bird, grateful that it's safe. She's about to return the figure to its flock when something stops her. Perhaps the oddness of the moment, perhaps the fact that she is already missing this life, even if it will never miss her. But she tucks the bird into the pocket of her skirts and forces herself out of the shed and away from her home. Down the road and past the twisted yew tree and around the bend until she has reached the edge of town. Only then does she let herself look back, let her gaze drift into the line of trees across the field, the dense shadow stretched beneath the sun, before she turns her back on the forest and the village of Vion and the life that is no longer hers, and begins to walk. I think this might be a good point to end for today, though, with the book. I'm still gonna be streaming. I'm probably gonna be playing some Genshin or something. But I think this is a good point to end for the book today. We're at page, like, almost 80, like 78. What an amazing book it is so far. I am really liking it. I feel so sorry for Addie, but it's such a cool idea. It's such a cool book. I really like it. It's pretty good. Yeah. It's really nice. And I knew this author would not disappoint. We've read 3 books of them before. I knew this has to be good. That trilogy we read before was by the same author, so yes. This has been great. And I cannot wait to continue with it next week. Because we're probably going to do this book now and not Good Omens. Good writer, absolutely. I like it. I really like it. All right, so I'm gonna bring this book away for now, and then I might just do some little Genshin. There's a new event that I haven't even started yet that I should probably start with soon, because there's only like 10 days left on it. So here goes nothing, I guess. Channel. If I can. All I hope right now as well is that I don't have to fucking log into my PlayStation account again. Let me see. Oh no, I'm fine. Okay. Okay. I quickly change a little setting here. There we go, and then we go here. Gonna lurk a bit. May lose minutes of phone nearly dead. Can find my charger. All good, Abby. Take your time. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, there. We do this and then oh. Aha. Nice. It's already on Genshin. That's nice. Let's go. I can close out this. Wait. I was about to say, huh? I closed down the fucking window with the music and the music was still going. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just quickly put the book away, use the bathroom, and then we'll be back for Genshin.